laughs, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No soundbites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York, on this very cold, very snowy January 25th. It is currently 2:32. We are on time, and if you saw all the confusion that was going on in the background before I started, you'd be amazed that we're on time on the program. But I try my best to always be on time for everyone watching. I thank you for being here with us. If you are new, welcome. We appreciate that you have joined us today. If you're not new, hey, I'm glad you came back. So we have a lot to talk about today on what's been happening primarily in the United States, and are we getting closer to a second civil war? We see a lot of the conflict that's going on right now in Minnesota. We see a lot of the conflict that is being ginned up in New York, in California. And there's a problem. People have been divided for the last 2 decades in this nation. But now we're really starting to see not just that we are divided in our ideologies, our politics, our gender, but now we are seeing people build fortresses around their ideology and the things that are happening day to day, and they're getting more and more violent. And almost entirely, most of that violence is coming from the left. Is that justified? Let's actually talk about that and have a real serious conversation about it. And I'm going to be talking about the shooting, and I will show some video from the shooting that was 2 days ago, a day ago, in Minneapolis, in Minnesota, with Mr. Alex Pretty and his P320 Sig Sauer firearm. And we're going to be talking about that. We may have a guest coming on a little bit later in the show, not too long from now, to talk specifically about that firearm and some of the questions it brings up. We'll also be talking about Mandami in New York. We'll talk a little bit about what's happening across the world. We're going to have a lot of conversations. I'm looking forward to hearing all of your voices. And in particular, I can see already that we have, to start off with, Dal is with us. And Dal says, at least you've been late and chair, where the camera goes live. Oh, at least when I'm late, I'm in the chair. I don't start the show without a host. That's true. Never been late and just a chair. That's true. And I think you're referencing Hassan Piker, who does that on a regular basis. He abuses his audience because he doesn't care about them. I do. I care about you guys, so I do everything I can to be on time. Thank you for the comment, Dow. First one to respond today. And as you can see, folks, you too can comment at any time on the program. You can go through regular chat. That would be on Facebook or YouTube, X, or Rumble. You can also super chat, and you can reach us with a Rumble rant. And we appreciate if you do that. It does help us keep the lights on and pay for everything that we do. All right. With that said, I do want to, there's a lot of breaking news happening out there, but I'm going to start off with something a little bit simple. I just want to cover some of the older news. Where is this? There it is. And just so you guys know, oops, come on. Come back. There we go. System's running a little slow. I got too many programs open. So I just want to let everyone know, normally on Wednesdays, I do a live stream, sometimes called the Midweek Madness. And I wasn't able to do that for the last 2 weeks. The reason for that is I have been on with a program. This is on the BronxNet Community TV. That's right, Bronx Community TV. And the program I was with was called Radically Conservative. We pre-taped the shows. We taped them live. And you're going to see that, I think they're coming out in February. There's 2 different programs. One with the host, and that's Stephanie right here. You may not be able to see her, but Stephanie, who's in the burgundy top. Jimmy is in the middle. He represents the Conservative Party. And so Stephanie's the host. Jimmy is the executive producer, member of the Conservative Party. And then you can see myself. Also, I was there just this Wednesday, and we had an entirely different audience. We had the host, BB, who was standing in for Radically Conservative for Stephanie. You can see Jimmy, he's wearing the burgundy this time. And I had on in the chat, in the panel, there was Dan Stern. That's the older man with the white hair and the gray t-shirt. And he was representing the left, the Democratic point of view. And I was handling the conservative point of view on many of the issues that are affecting us right now. That will be coming out later in February as well. I hope everyone will be able to see it. Once it comes out on BronxNet, on the Bronx Community TV, we will then have the embargo lifted, and I'll be able to talk about that program and what we've done, and you'll be able to see it as well. So that'll be coming up soon. Just wanted you guys to know, what have I been doing? Because I've been doing a lot of stuff. Now, bear with me 1 second. I also want to jump from this to talk about what's happening with, where is it? Nope. There it is. So I want you to see, come on, where is it? Where is it? There. There it is. Okay. So it's snowing all across America because it's winter and it's January. What a shocking thing. And we're getting about 12 to 18 inches of snow, which in New York State, not a big deal, not unusual, not crazy in any way, shape, or form. In fact, we normally get far more than that in New York State and in New York City. This is a slightly heavier snowstorm. It's not a blizzard. It shouldn't be an emergency. But I'm bringing this up because I want you to see, I just taped this about 30 minutes ago, and I want you to hear what was going on. This is in the Bronx. Oh my, look at that. That's just pretty bad. Look at that snow. Does that look like a street that's been plowed recently? It really shouldn't, because it really isn't. Whoop. What happened? I'm down. What happened? Why did it disappear on me? Should be here. Why did I lose the photo? Hang on 1 second, folks. I don't know if I lost it or if the entire thing got lost, but no. I just lost my image. There. There we go. Okay. because it really isn't. Mondami's really failing on this. We got cars that are stuck in the street. With one plow in the last 3 hours. Just one side of the road, one sanitation truck with a plow on it. And that's why you're not seeing cars in the road. Not the state of emergency, because the roads are Mondami has failed. Okay, so I wanted to show that, folks, just so that you would know what we are seeing. And just to be clear, so that was 30 minutes ago in New York City, in the Bronx, and Zoran Mondami has failed. Even Eric Adams in December were able to get out multiple plows and to get out salt on the streets, and we only had 3 inches of snow. Here we are. We're now at this point in the day about 5 to 7 hours into this snowstorm, not a blizzard. This really shouldn't be in a state of emergency. And what we are seeing is about once every hour, one garbage truck, sanitation truck with a plow attached to it will go down. This is US 1. What you saw in the video, that is Boston Road. That is US 1, the first highway in the United States. It literally goes from Boston down to about Baltimore or DC. Actually, to DC. It's US 1, and it's not getting plowed. There is no salt on the street at this time. None. That is ridiculous. It's not that New York City doesn't have the salt. It's not that we don't have the workers. It's not that we don't have trucks specifically for plowing snow or specifically or repurposed garbage trucks that have plows attached. They could be running this. Normally, they will run 2 to 3 trucks in a row, pushing the snow with their snow plows and a salt vehicle behind them. And they will go through about once every 2 hours, about once an hour to once every 2 hours, depending on how bad the snow is. New York City, under the socialist Zoran Mondami, has failed. We are seeing at best about one vehicle, only one, every roughly 3 to 4 hours. That's the problem right now. New York City is in a state of emergency, not because we're not used to snow, not because it's an unusual amount. It's because Zoran Mondami isn't administering the city properly, and he is making it unsafe for people to drive on the streets. The roads are unsafe. He is a danger to the public. This is the Mondami administration, and it's 25 days into the administration, first snowstorm. And again, we usually get multiple snowstorms during the winter in New York. The temperature is not that low. It gets to -5 degrees in January very, very often. In my 60 years of living in this same neighborhood in the Bronx, often it's in single digits or below, especially with wind chill. We normally get 3, 4, 5 different snowstorms, which have similar or greater amounts of snow than what we have right now. Zoran Mondami, for all of his bluster about community and socialism and government handling all of your problems, government is failing right now. And that's why I showed you that video, so that you can see the conditions that were from 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago. Miserable. It's a failure. I know I have a couple of comments here, and we're going to address that. Let me see. Where did we leave off? So we have comments from, this is from Kaiwan Calendar. Hello, Kaiwan. Thank you for joining us. He says, I don't understand why they keep worrying about this guy getting arrested. He did nothing wrong. He's a reporter. Or Don Lemon? You're talking about Don Lemon? We're going to talk about Don Lemon, absolutely. Don Lemon absolutely did do something wrong. Don Lemon broke the law, and he morally was wrong as well. And we will go into that in the show. Don Lemon isn't he is not officially a reporter. He is you can say he's a journalist. More accurately, Don Lemon is nothing different than me. He is a political commentator. That's what Don Lemon is. And to be fair, there is no reason, nothing different between Don Lemon and myself. He has no greater authority to do the things he did. And what he did was criminal, it was not ethical, and it was morally wrong. Kawan goes on to say, well, they should have been arresting the people who they should have been arresting is the Antifa people, and they did arrest them. 3 of them, at least the 3 leaders were arrested. Again, we'll get into that more a little bit later in the show, but yes, they did arrest the 3 leaders. They didn't arrest Don Lemon because hiding behind the shield of the mainstream news media, even though he broke the law, and he should be in jail or at least arrested at this time. Let's see. Kawan goes on to say, in many in Minneapolis, including the Antifa and communists protesting against them, against ICE, and trying to fight ICE. Okay. Dow goes on to say, let's see. Dow says, snow is still falling, but it looks like temperature is holding steady and snow removal will take place this evening. It should be happening now. In New York City, it is the norm that once the snow starts sticking to the ground, they start putting down salt. New York City spends tens of millions, New York State, hundreds of millions of dollars to have salt prepared and stored ready for every storm. We haven't had a large series of storms in New York State or in New York City. We have stockpiles of salt ready to go. That's already been purchased, that we already have, it's already been paid for with taxpayer money. The only thing is now we need to apply it. And that is not happening. I cannot speak about upstate New York. I can't speak outside of the New York City area at this moment. But what I can say, in New York City, at this moment, they have failed. They took your money, they have the equipment, they have the resources, and they are not using them. That is making it a danger to the public, and that's a problem. Let's see. Excuse me. Kawan says, I'm sitting here watching right now that somebody is trying to do a tactician, I guess tactical action against ICE and trying to say and report on ICE so they can attack right now on the picture. I don't know. I didn't see such a thing. I can't speak to that. Kawan says, do you think it's because you want to save money to my mutual to have universal child care? So he's making sure that he lowers down the ICE. Do I think that Mandami has failed to use the resources already existent, already paid for by New York City? Is he not using the workers and the unions that are getting paid for this? They are activated whenever we have a state of emergency or a snowstorm. There are members of sanitation and several departments of New York City that automatically go on 24-hour alert to go out and to deal with the storm, whether it's power lines dropping down or removing snow and putting down ice for snow for salt. That's the word I'm looking for. Salt on the roads. They're already getting paid for that. They have contracts for that. That's a contract between the unions and the city, and these employees are getting paid to be on 24-hour call. So he's not saving money. So even if you want to say, well, Mandami is not using the resources and making the roads safe. Well, we just got to hang on one second. That was one plow truck that just passed by. I just heard it. Just passed by. So that's 3 hours. 3 hours since the last time there was a plow, and that was one truck going in one direction. That is not enough. This is ridiculous what we're seeing. Let me see. Hey, we got a Message from user has been banned is with us. Thank you. And user's banned says, if a journalist knows a crime is about to be committed, like say a bank robbery, going to record it is still a crime. Not exactly. Not exactly. There is some nuance in that. Like, did you know they were going specifically to commit a robbery? You are not compelled by law to notify police of a crime if you are aware of it, but you can, depending on the level of knowledge and the level of interaction, you can be a conspirator to the crime and you can get arrested for that. There are some nuances. Again, when we talk about Don Lemon, I'm going to go into that in a little bit more detail. So just hold on, folks. There's a lot of show to come yet. I see that we have a message from Michael Gray. Michael Gray says, if federal agents can lawfully kill someone for the mere possession of a firearm, that is a misunderstanding and a misstatement of what happened in Minneapolis, excuse me, with Alex Pretty. That first sentence is completely wrong. He goes on to say, without it being fired, aimed, or used, then the right to keep and bear arms is meaningless in practice. That is completely wrong. That is completely misunderstanding the evidence and the facts as they stand and what we see that happened. Thank you, Michael, for your comment. I disagree completely, and I believe the evidence shows entirely different. That is what the news media is pushing as the take. That is what the left is pushing to promote their agenda, which is dividing this nation, but that's not what happened. We will talk more about that in just a few moments. Dow says, am I sure that New York City has stockpiled salt? On the books, maybe. Betcha some corrupt bureaucrat sold off the salt, claiming it expired by some New York EPA-esque regulation. Always possible. And here we go. And Mike says, they disarmed him before they shot him. Not exactly. And we will go into that. That's what the rest of the show is about, Mike. That's what we're going to be talking about. But thank you for your comments. And yes, I have seen, he goes on to say, it's on video, bro. I do my homework. I have the video. We will be talking about the video in just a few moments. So yes, I know there's video. I've seen it, many angles of it, and slow motion, which I will be showing to everyone in just a moment. So let's clarify what's going on. So with that said, let me jump over, bear with me. By the way, just in case anyone was wondering, when I say that what we're seeing in New York is average, I didn't just come up with that idea. Here we go. Come on. All right. It's not something that I just came up with. You can go to ChatGPT. You can ask about the average snowfall in New York State, New York City. You can see what's the difference between a blizzard and an amount of snow and a regular snowfall. I went through all that data. We are well in the realm in New York City and in New York State. This is just a regular snowstorm. This is winter. It's a normal winter. People are freaking out like it's some kind of crazy unseen event. It's a normal winter. It's ridiculous what we are seeing right now. We are nowhere near the extremes. But moving on. Let me mention, and I want you to understand, we're going to talk about what happened with Alex Pretty, P-R-E-T-T-I. I believe it's pronounced Pretty. It may be Pretty. I'm not sure. But Alex Pretty, who was shot in Minnesota, he is a concealed carry holder. And between his shooting and his death and that of Renee Nicole Good, we now see that Democrats are taking a new tactic. We saw in the fall, the government shut down for 45 days. And that shutdown was initially because of healthcare, and then it became about food stamps. The goalposts were constantly being moved by Democrats trying to gather support against Donald Trump to try and pressure the government to spend an extra $1.5 trillion, which is inflationary, which would hurt poor people because Democrats have their own political agenda. Okay, fine. That failed. But we knew that by January 30th this year, 2026, the temporary funding that we got in 2025 will end. And we need a budget, and we need, or at least a continuing resolution to move forward. Democrats have already lost on healthcare. They already lost on food stamps, or otherwise known as SNAP benefits. So now they need a new way to try to say that Donald Trump is evil and that Republicans, MAGA, that we're all neo-Nazis. That's their goal. And they want to shut down the government again, to hurt poor people again, and to deny people their benefits and their federal aid again. But they can't do it on all of the old messaging because that failed. That didn't work. So they've been looking for a new angle, and the new angle is Minnesota. Minnesota is a hot button for America right now. And if there is going to be a second civil war, it is likely going to be because of the events happening in Minnesota right now. And what we're seeing is, as being reported right now by the Huffington Post and other far left-leaning news sources, Democrats are trying to prepare, and they are planning to shut down the government again. This is your warning. This is your heads up. The mainstream news media hasn't been talking about this. Democrats and Republicans have not been able to see eye to eye on the budget or the continuing resolutions. And in fact, they really haven't addressed it much. And at this point, Democrats have been saying since the end of the last government shutdown that they were going to shut down the government again. In fact, during the last shutdown, there were multiple left news media reports from NBC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC, stating that Democrats were fully planning during the last shutdown to have another shutdown. And now we are seeing that they are following through with their political agenda because they believe this will help them in the 2026 midterm elections. And they are trying to do this to punish you, to force you to vote Democrat. And they're going to use, and the opportunity to justify this is now Minnesota, and they're blaming everything on ICE, which is incorrect. It's just, they've made up a lot of information. They are misinforming the public on purpose to gin up emotions to get a political outcome. And I will prove that. But I just want to make sure you understand that right now, the current messaging, by next week, we will be in a government shutdown. And they will say it's because of ICE. Now, here's something important, and I'll get to the comments, I know. Why are the Democrats planning to shut down the government? Because illegal aliens, individuals who have no right to be in the United States, were invited in under the Biden-Harris administration in numbers never seen before. Numbers that literally were bankrupting, according to Michelle Wu, the governor of Boston, and Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, and all across the bluer than blue states, we were told the influx of illegal aliens were taking away resources from American citizens and bankrupting each and every one of these cities. And the Democrats want them to stay. They want them to continue to destroy the infrastructure of the largest cities in America, the largest blue cities in America. They would rather bankrupt each and every one of those states across this nation rather than allow the illegal aliens to be deported, as is the Constitution and the laws of the United States. Because, well, I don't know the exact reason. No one seems to understand it. The best understanding I have is they want to count, and they do, count the illegal aliens on the census which gives them more power in the government because they have more members in the House of Representatives. So they want the illegal aliens. They get more federal funding because they have more bodies that they can count. So they can get more federal money as well. This appears to be the reason why the Democrats want to count illegal aliens, why they desperately want them. Because otherwise, New York City is losing 250,000 people per year, every year for the last more than a decade. California is only slightly behind New York, losing about 150,000 people per year for the last roughly a little more than a decade. New Jersey is also on that list. These are the top cities states that people are exiting out of. They need those illegal aliens to replace the population so that they can maintain their power and the amount of federal funding they are receiving. This is why Democrats are fighting for people like Abrego Garcia, and other illegal aliens that are criminals in their home countries that escaped to America and have abused the system here in America. That being said, let's talk about what's happening in Minnesota. Why is this such a big deal? And I know I may have a guest. Oh, matter of fact, I have a guest with me right now. Matter of fact, he's there. Let me bring him on, folks. Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello. By the way, folks, if you're not familiar, this is my very good friend, Frank Johnson. I've, for many years, we've done a podcast together on Wednesdays, and the Liberty First Foundation podcast. Many people have seen it. Frank is a very knowledgeable. Matter of fact, he is a former New York State licensed firearm instructor. He is the owner of the Primer Strike FFL in North Carolina, business owner, dealing with firearms directly. One of the most knowledgeable people I know. And I spoke to him before the show, trying to find out what's going on with the gun that was used in this encounter in Minnesota. And Frank, first of all, how's the weather out there with you?
Well, we've been prepping for about a week as what we were expected to be ice and snow Armageddon here in North Carolina. And in North Carolina, anytime you see a snowflake, it's cause to bring in the National Guard. But we were told we were going to be getting a massive storm, and we've been prepping for a week. Overnight, we got about a half inch of ice on the ground, which is solid. It is slick. Nobody's moving. Nobody's doing anything except the kids using my driveway up and down with the sled right now. And we're prepared right now. We're supposed to get another 6 or 8 inches of snow and ice coming in tonight, which is supposed to be the heavy band of the storm. But thus far, we've been maintaining just fine. I think when you don't deal with it on a regular basis, like we were when we were up in Binghamton, it's cause for panic. For those of us who've been seasoned in the snow, it's like another day at the park. But down here they're very much concerned with the fact that they're prone for power outages down here. The houses are not as well insulated as what you would find up in northern climates, so they're concerned about people losing heat very fast, losing power very fast, and not generally having the ability to let's face it, there's not as many SUVs running around in the deep south as there are up in the up north. So transportation hubs are a mess over here. I mean, like I said, they get a quarter inch of snow, they shut the schools down. But we're faring okay. We're faring okay.
Quarter inch of snow is not a heck of a lot of snow, my friend. Not at all.
No.
At least for the Northeast, it's like, are you kidding me? But
no, but I just walked outside now. We're at the end of my cul-de-sac, and the kids are out there with a sled, and they've gone back and forth across the cul-de-sac about 100 times, and there's not an imprint of them on the ground because it's just one sheet of solid white ice. It's like Woolman Rink out in the cul-de-sac right now. It's crazy.
Okay. All right. Let me ask, I know we were talking about it a little bit. I know you follow this information on your own regularly. In fact, you have a YouTube channel. Besides being the owner of Primer Strike FFL, you have a YouTube channel too.
Yeah, the YouTube channel is the Range Report. I am what you known as the gun gear Goomba. There's not a lot of 300-pound Italian guys out there telling you about guns, so I kind of got to capitalize on my persona a little bit. But we review firearms. We try to bring everything that's new to the market, old to the market. We try to inform and educate and entertain a little bit. It's funny, this week was SHOT Show, America's largest gun show, to which I have kind of tried to go to religiously for several years now, but I had to not go to the biggest gun show in the country because I'm in the middle of getting my gun shop put together and getting ready for our big grand opening. So it's kind of ironic that I missed the biggest show of the year so I can put together the smallest gun shop in the state. But it is what it is. We have to make the sacrifices, and but we got a little gun shop that we're putting together here called Primer Strike FFL. We're going to be doing new gun sales, old gun sales, consignment, buy and trade, accessories, all the rest of that. But we're going to focus on a couple of things that other FFLs aren't, like services. We're going to be doing Cerakoting, laser engraving, chrome plating, but we're also going to be doing concealed carry classes, safety classes for kids. We're going to be trying to work with some of the local organizations to spread a little bit of awareness about gun safety and how everybody can not only protect, preserve, and promote their Second Amendment rights, but keep themselves safe and their community safe at the same time.
Okay. So it is fair to say that you are familiar with the gun industry, you are familiar with firearms, and you have been licensed by New York State. So you have some expertise in terms of firearms, firearm safety, firearm usage, and the nature of firearms. Is that fair?
I would say I'm smarter than the average bear when it comes to my knowledge about firearms, just a little bit.
Okay. So, and I know you're being somewhat humble at the moment because I know your record on it. It's incredible. But here we go. So with that, you followed what happened in Minneapolis with Mr. Alex Pretty, correct?
Yeah. As closely as I possibly could follow it, given the nature of the video and all the excerpts and clips and the slowed down versions of the video, as much as I could possibly consume, I have tried to watch. I've tried to make sense of the whole situation, not from a political standpoint, but from the standpoint of a firearms instructor and somebody who teaches situational awareness classes, somebody who teaches, when you draw, when you don't draw, because it's just as important to know when not to use your firearm as when you need to use your firearm. These are things that we all should cover when we're in the Second Amendment community. So I've been I pay close attention to a situation like this. And I got to say, look, this is an extremely, extremely unfortunate event that took place. I have yet to try and figure out a way how to ascribe any blame for anybody. That's not my job. My job is to analyze the situation. Well, my job is to try and figure out what could have been done to make this situation avoidable. What could have prevented.
I can easily answer that. The first answer is, two parts. One, he can watch and observe ICE. And in fact, ICE is not one of the groups we'll go into in 1 second, but he can observe law enforcement. He can't interfere. And once he did interfere, that's the first problem. When he was confronted with the law enforcement, in fact, a border patrol, I believe that his proper action at that point was stop, put up your hands, and comply, especially since he's armed. Comply, make them aware he has a firearm, and then deal with that situation. Even if he thinks the law enforcement, border patrol, even if he thinks they're in the wrong, he can then take legal action afterwards. But the action at the time is stop, comply, make them aware of his firearm. That didn't happen either. He did resist, which then everything escalates from there. You may not agree with that assessment. That's my assessment. Does that make
And it's
sense?
well, listen, it's the butterfly effect. Every single thing that happens was affected by the event that immediately was in front of it.
Mhm.
If he didn't come out of his house that day, he'd be alive. If he stopped for coffee 5 minutes earlier, he'd probably be alive. I mean, we could go back and say that a million things could have happened before the time of the shooting that could have changed the outcome of what happened. The bottom line is, if he wasn't there or wasn't interfering or getting involved in a police action, he would be fine. The fact that he did interfere with a police action, whether it's federal or local municipality, put into effect a chain of events that eventually cost him his life. Whether rightly or wrongly, that's what happened. They didn't go to his house, pull him out, bring him to the scene, and say, okay, now you're going to interfere with us so we can kill you. He showed up of his own volition, and one thing led to another, and the man lost his life. Now,
I was going to put, I think at this point, is it, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, I want to put up a video. This is a slow motion video of the event. For those who are squeamish, it's really not. You've seen video games, you've seen cartoons that are far more violent than what we're going to see in this slow motion event. But I want to show it, and I think it will give more context to this. And Frank, I want to watch it with you, and then we'll talk about that, especially about the firearm itself. So bear with me. I'm going to play this for everyone. I'm going to start it from the beginning. Now, at this point, what we are seeing is the man in the tan jacket has the firearm. In fact, I used the wrong video. There it is. Let me use this one first, then I'll show the slow motion. So this is one of 3 angles on this event.
Oh my God! Yeah, my sister worked there.
By the way, Frank, you got some background noise.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay. So we saw this. This is real time, real speed, no edits. There is a longer video that showed how this altercation started, but that's the altercation. It's pretty fast. That is literally 16 seconds. Now, from there, I'm going to this again, slow down. This is slow motion. So this gentleman had just taken a firearm off of Alex Pretty. It is the supposition of several people now that this individual who's wearing a glove, holding onto the firearm, he goes and we see that there was a shot. And then we see that Mr. Pretty is shot. They believe, and I've seen several people say, that as has been acknowledged before, Sig Sauer, the firearm in question, is a Sig Sauer P320. There have been many very popular videos saying that firearm goes off on its own. It is what's called an uncommanded discharge or a negligent discharge. It's basically the gun fires on its own. And there is several videos that can show that you can manipulate at least the initial model of the gun to make it do so. But what we see with this firearm, this is the actual firearm that was in the video that was recovered from Mr. Pretty. That's not the basic model. I want to ask you, first thing, Frank, is this possible? Did the P320, Sig Sauer P320, is it realistic that it just went off?
All right. If I were to put odds on it, you have a greater chance of hitting the lottery on the Powerball back to back than you do of that particular firearm that gentleman was carrying that day, having an uncommanded discharge. Now, there is a difference between uncommanded and a negligent discharge. Negligent discharge requires some operation to be manipulated to the firearm on behalf of the person handling the firearm, and that means squeezing the trigger unintentionally, or being careless with it. An uncommanded firearm is a gun that just sits there, goes off by itself with absolutely no human intervention, revolving around the trigger. There have been over the years reports that the SIG 320, under certain circumstances, first it began with it being drop safe. You have to excuse my dogs. They see kids outside playing. All right. First, the first issue was, okay, is the gun drop safe? Meaning if you put the gun in just a certain orientation and drop it onto a hard surface from a predetermined height, the gun may go off on its own. I've dropped the 320 hundreds and hundreds of times over the years, just trying to get it to do so using snap caps and blanks. Never been able to replicate it. Then there were instances of saying, well, if the trigger is pulled back to a certain degree and then you do this to it or that to it, the gun will go off. Well, anytime you're pulling the trigger on a firearm, you're inviting some sort of instance to happen. There's a certain amount of take up, a wall, and then a break, and then the gun goes off. I'm looking at videos on the internet of guys putting a screw into the trigger and then, squeezing this and touching that and go, oh, look, the gun's not safe. Well, when are you ever going to put a screw in the trigger of your gun? And hold on while I reprimand the animal. That obviously didn't work, but I have never seen or never been around any circumstance or had first or second or third hand knowledge at any time of a 320 going off accidentally or unintentionally, unless the gun was under some sort of analytical procedure where somebody was trying to evoke that response from the gun itself, where the gun was being manipulated in a way to try and make it happen. I've never heard of it actually happening, but unless it's been somebody trying to make it happen.
Okay.
Which means you've got to put the stars in a very certain alignment in order to make that happen, in order for it to say that it's unsafe.
Right. And that's just like the video that I showed, which got 1 million views, where we saw that the individual had to put a screw into the firing assembly to get it just right so that when he then moved the slide, it fired. Okay, so this is unlikely real world to be a situation that the firearm just went off. So we've debunked one of the theories out there. Although, in looking at this firearm, there's something else that I think is also important about it. And you pointed that out to me, because this isn't just a regular gun. This isn't just he went into a store and just bought the firearm. This is, with the trigger and the optics, the laser optics on it, this is different. What's different about this than a P320 that I just bought off the shelf?
All right. A SIG P320, when you buy it off the shelf, there's your original version of the SIG P320 is a polymer frame striker fired handgun. Comes in 9mm or 40 caliber. Those were the two configurations the gun was offered in. It's got a polymer frame. Hold on. So the gun was one of the guns that was selected in the military trials. It was developed by SIG to be a modular system, which means that the fire control unit that's built inside the gun is the actual firearm. Couple of pins, you can remove the fire control unit, and the whole gun could be reconfigured in a number of different ways. Different slides, barrels, grip frames. You could do whatever you want to configure the gun however you wanted to custom suit the shooter. With that being said, the gun that you see in that picture is not a stock 320. What makes that gun in particular a little bit different is that it has what looks to me to be a metal grip frame. Now, the metal grip frame is available either through aftermarket or it's through special edition SIGs, like the Legion, which has got a metal frame. This is not the typical carry gun. Okay, this is a gun that is very, very, very much upgraded. You have a threaded barrel on that. It has the short reset flat face trigger on it. It's got an aluminum metal or metal composite frame on it, removable back strap, removable grip panels. It's got an aluminum mag well extension on it. And it's running what looks to be, I can't, when I blow up on it to try to find the model, I can't find that particular model itself. But that is a SIG, what looks like a Romeo 2 optic on it. It's a red dot sight that's on there. It's a complete housing. That sight, if I was going to go looking to buy that gun plus the threaded barrel, you're looking at that gun being pretty much close to $2,700 out the door like that. Where a SIG 320, a standard version, is about $600, to buy one.
So that means this had a purpose. It was designed for a purpose. Would that be self-defense or something else?
That gun right there is beautifully situated for self-defense. It's an excellent gun for the excellent platform. That gun right there is basically set up for competition. It's almost like a competitor gun.
Okay, I want to be very clear because I know we have the slight background. Your dog's emphasis. They love the emphasis. While the P320 may be fine for self-defense, this particular model in this particular configuration appears, I know you haven't actually looked at the firearm itself, but it appears to be you said target? This is competition? So
this is a competition quality setup. This is the kind of gun that people would compete in IPSC or 3-gun or something like that. This is a gun that's designed for performance shooting. This is not, all right, now I'll tell you, this is a gun that if a novice walked into a gun shop looking to buy a gun, and it's one of those type of people that says, hey, I'm brand new to the sport, I got a boatload of money I want to spend, give me the best gun I could possibly get, and the guy behind the counter is looking to cash in on him, this is the gun that the guy behind the counter is going to sell you. It's got every bell, every whistle, minus a weapon light. It's got every single thing that you could possibly want on a firearm is built onto that firearm. That's exactly how what would happen. Or somebody would build this gun over time, adding onto it to meet their specific need. They want a metal frame because they want to mitigate the recoil. They don't like polymer. They want something that's going to be a little heavier. They're going to have interchangeable back straps and grip panels on that thing because they want to enhance the grip on it because they don't like the way the polymer grip panels feel. They've got a red dot on there, which is that's like a $700 red dot that's on that gun. Yeah, we're not talking about, some $139 Amazon special that you're putting on top of that gun. That red dot is made by SIG. That's a performance piece right there. It's not a cheap, it's not a cheap gun. Somebody is putting that gun together because they want the best components they could possibly get. Now, you can buy a gun from SIG that's situated pretty much the way that gun is. It would be a SIG Scorpion or a SIG Legion, something to that effect. Except what catches me about this gun is the color configuration. I have searched through the SIG website and through all the different options through the custom house and everything. I have not been able to find SIG offering the coyote tan slide on top of the pewter gray finish frame, which makes me, and I can't find a SIG insignia logo on the frame itself, which makes me tend to think that that's an aftermarket frame that was purchased from another company to get a better improved grip angle, a little bit longer beaver tail, more of an undercut under the trigger guard, maybe a different magwell. That gun to me looks like it was purpose built by the owner. Somebody who bought a gun and kept upgrading it until the point where they were satisfied with it, even down to the trigger. The SIG P320, I believe, came with a curved trigger at first. That one that's a flat face, short reset trigger. That looks like it's an upgrade as well. I could be wrong. That could have come that way as the trigger control unit. Remember, the trigger control unit, like I said in the beginning, it's called a fire control unit, an FCU. That fire control unit is the serialized part of the gun. If you expand on a photo of that gun, just in front of the slide stop, which is that little piece of metal that's sticking out just above the midline of if you follow the grip screw straight up, it's that third nugget right there. Right in front of that is a little window that's open up on the frame where you can see a serial number. That's the serialized part. That's the control unit. That's the part that comes out of the grip frame. The whole gun is built around that. Every one of those pieces that you see on that gun is basically an accessory. The grip frame, the grips themselves, the barrel, the slide, the red dot, the magazine, that's all an accessory. You can buy any one of those parts online. You could have them shipped to your house from wherever you want to. The only part that's regulated by the ATF is the fire control unit that has the serial number. So I can't determine if this gun was bought that way or if it was built that way.
Okay.
But this is how he was carrying it.
Okay. Now, given what you've said about the firearm, which I understand, there are some guesses being made here because we don't have the actual firearm to observe or to analyze. We have to rely on photos that are being provided that may or may not be accurate in all the ways. That's a given. But knowing what we know, or as best as what we know of the firearm, and looking at this moment on that firearm, would the safety and the trigger mechanism of this modified firearm, would that have allowed this this Customs Border Patrol agent, it's not ICE, it's Customs Border Patrol, would he be, with wearing those gloves, carrying that firearm in the manner he is, could he have discharged that firearm by accident?
The only way that gun was going to go off is if he put his finger on the trigger. Period. End of story. There is no way that gun was going to go off. No way possible that I can see, because the gun is, for all the conjecture about the gun not being safe to carry or having, it going off all on its own, even under the circumstances where that might have been one of the models that was predisposed to going off on his own, it is not being held or carried or being operated in the conditions required for it to go off on its own, which would be to be either dropped or manipulated in some way as to promote that round from going off. The only way that gun in his hand is going to go off is if his finger comes in contact with the trigger. There is no external safety on that gun that I can tell. Some of them have a thumb safety, which would be on the driver's side of the gun. I haven't seen a picture of the driver's side of that gun, so I don't know if there was a thumb safety on that particular model. Most of them don't come with a thumb safety on it. There is no grip frame safety. There is no trigger safety. There's usually some guns have a blade or have a two-piece hinge trigger. That gun doesn't have that kind of trigger. There's only the safety that's inside of it is an internal drop safety. The only way that gun in his hand is going to go off is if his trigger comes in contact with his finger. He has to manipulate that trigger.
Okay. And I believe it is unclear whether or not, at least in all videos that I can find, are too grainy and too unclear to determine if he is or is not putting his finger on the trigger, if it is being depressed, if there is or is not a safety on the firearm. I can't tell. So I believe it is possible. And tell me what you think of my hypothesis. This is my idea. I'm guessing here. I believe that this firearm in this configuration is capable of being fired by accident. Someone who doesn't know the firearm, is not familiar with it, doesn't know about its safety features, or its trigger mechanism, it is possible, wearing gloves, taking that firearm away, they can fire that firearm accidentally, putting finger on the trigger and accidentally firing it, not intending to. That would be the first shot, which we heard clearly in the first video. And that's in this first video, we see that there is a shot that goes off right about second 14 and 15. Between the 14th, 15th second, we hear a shot go off, and then we hear two repeated firings, two more shots, which those two secondary shots, that second and third shot, appear to be the ones that strike and potentially killed Alex Pretty. Is that theory incorrect? Is it ludicrous or is it reasonable?
I haven't really heard the video from this thing to determine what shots were fired and when, because every video that I've heard, I just hear people screaming, and I'm half deaf to begin with. But at second 14 and 15, if this is at second 14, the agent that had possession of the firearm, where is he in that frame? Because I can't recognize where he is in that frame, that gray jacket.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm with you, but I'm also dealing with my dog at the moment. So
we both have canine issues today.
Yeah, it's the snow and all. So I'm not crazy then. My theory there is not crazy. It's not outlandish.
No. But I need to know. I'm trying to figure out where every person involved in this thing was physically at the time that round goes off. In that cluster of humanity right there, I see 6 people surrounding what appears to be one person on the floor. I got 4 people standing in the background, 2 people that are in the foreground, and 1 person that's right in the middle of that melee. I don't see the person with the gray jacket that took possession of the firearm. The only thing I can see is to the left of the screen, there's what appears to be a Hyundai SUV, a white SUV, and I could see what appears to be somebody's jacket or something just to the very edge of the frame on the far left that appears to be gray.
Well,
is that the person who took the firearm? Can we rewind a little bit and see who that person is?
Sure. So going back, let's see, so as you can see right here, this is the guy who takes the firearm. And by the way, bring myself back here. So wait a minute, there I am. So this is the guy right here with this little red cap. That's the guy who takes the firearm. And from that moment, we go forward. The firearm is now removed at roughly 12 seconds. This is about the 12th second. But that's also when the call, that's when the call gun, gun, gun comes out. It is normal, in my understanding, it is normal for law enforcement, if they hear gun, 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 whether or not they have observed the firearm, whatever the circumstances, now they have an elevated awareness and reaction because the gun, someone has identified there's a gun present, which means lethal force and a lethal threat may exist. Not that it does, but it may.
Yeah, it's Pavlovian. As soon as you hear the word gun, your hand is automatically going. You were already half towards your gun most of the time anyway. You're already at a heightened sense. You're already trained to be prepared to pull your gun. As soon as you do hear gun, that's your immediate response. His hand goes right to your gun.
Which is why we see this officer grabbing his gun. Okay. That's the 12th second. This is all within 3 to 5 seconds, folks. This is split second. It's based on training. And as we understand, this officer has 8 years of training. He's not
Right.
some guy they picked off the street, as many have said. No, he has 8 years of experience and training with the Border Patrol. All right, so this individual then takes his firearm. Again, this is the guy
Okay.
with the gun right here.
All right. Now he's up.
He's up.
He's away.
He's moving, and right about this moment, which is moment 13, the 13th second here, is basically this moment right here. And in going forward, right about there, about 1 second later, it appears, and again, this is grainy, it's hard to tell, about 1 second later, half a second later, it appears we hear a gunshot. This slow frame video, oh, I'm not showing it, sorry. That's here. So this is about 1 second in as he gets up and he moves forward. We hear at about half a second, 1 second after that officer started to get up, we hear a gunshot. This is directly behind this officer. So he's directly behind him, and I'll show you. So we are at second 13. That's it right there. Right about that moment, which is aligned with the slow motion one I showed, that's when we hear a gun go off. At that moment, Alex Pretty is alive. Other officers are still around. That's the guy with the firearm. And it seems like the firearm goes off in his hand at that moment. And then the reaction to that at that moment is when he gets shot. That's what it seems like to me, which makes this not, I don't know if that would be justified, but I believe what led to Alex Pretty being shot in that moment. He was disarmed, a firearm, his firearm went off. The armed officer reacted thinking there was a threat that he could not see. Again, he's behind Alex. He cannot see his hands. He cannot see what he is doing. And there are officers in front of him that were potentially in danger if there is a gun or he believes there is. He can't see what's happening. That gun goes off. I think he shoots.
All right. Well, here's the problem. And there's a lot of problems with this situation.
Yes, there are.
All right. We don't know for a fact that was a gunshot. That's the first
Correct.
thing. We don't know for a fact that was a gunshot. The second problem we have here is that nobody that I've seen anyway, has taken both camera views, put them up side by side and synchronized them at the same time so you could watch them frame by frame next to each other so you could see what was happening on both sides of that situation. Because the sound that you hear that is a shot, you may hear on one side of the video, but not see anything on the other side. And the side where you see something, you might not hear something.
Mm-hmm.
You need a frame by frame, split screen, going both across the way. Now, the big problem is you have to know your target and what's beyond it.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't fire until you actually see what you're going to shoot. You have to see what you're going to shoot.
Of course.
You don't shoot because you hear something.
Okay, to make sure I understand you, just because he heard what appears, at least to me, in several video, being a gunshot, does not mean that he would automatically fire unless he saw a gun. Is that what you're saying? Am I misunderstanding you?
The fact that you would fire a firearm into somebody from less than 2 feet away, because it looks like he was pretty damn close to that guy.
Seems to be.
And if you're looking at the position of the guy, the officer that took the initial shots, he saw, at least in my opinion, looking at the frame, he should have or could have or would have been able to see that there was a firearm and that another officer had taken it off of the quote unquote suspect at that point. To instantly start shooting just because you heard it. Listen, I don't look, there's stress of the moment, there's fog of war, there's anxiety, there's adrenaline, there's a million things that could be going on, and you don't want to sit there trying to second guess every single millisecond of everything that's happening. It's impossible unless you're in those shoes and can relive the experience on your own. You cannot ascribe to say, oh, he absolutely did this or he absolutely did that. Looking at it frame by frame, and days later, everybody can sit there and make a an armchair quarterback decision over this thing. Course. It seems to me a bit premature.
Okay.
Well, okay. It seems to me to be a bit premature to have that second person firing, with that close. I mean,
that's fine.
It's just in my opinion. But here's like I said, this is a situation where there's a lot of problems on all sides of the situation. There's a lot of problems. But the bottom line is this: don't interfere with police activity. If you want to video, if you want to document, if you want to get involved, if you want to try and say that you have a problem with somebody's rights being violated, or you don't think they've been offered due process, whatever the case, there are channels and for which you can do that. Okay, you have a right to assemble. You have a right to protest. You have a right to voice your opinion. You do not have a right to interject yourself into police activity, whether municipal or federal. You do not have the right to do that.
I agree.
And anything that you do going forward from that moment, you have initiated a chain of events that, however it winds up happening, whether you intend it or you don't intend it, you initiated that chain of events. We have a system in this country that's been designed to keep you safe, and that means keeping yourself out of danger by not getting involved with what's happening. Stand back and assess it. We've gotten to the point in this country now where you can't even get a traffic ticket in some communities without police being overwhelmed by 30 people surrounding the officer, trying to interject themselves into a situation they have nothing to do with. Okay? It's got to stop. It's got to stop. These things are going to continue to happen until people start realizing that the people that are out there telling you to go interject yourself into these situations are the people that are benefiting from you getting shot. And they're sitting in their office telling you to go out there and do that. You are fodder for these people. They do not care about you. They do not care about your lives. They don't care if you get shot. They don't care if you get maced. They don't care if you get arrested. The only thing you are to them is going to be a soundbite for them to be in front of a microphone talking about how tragic it was that you lost their lives, when it was they themselves that encouraged you to go out there and get involved in a situation that you should have just been witness to, not a participant of. Stop getting involved.
No,
stand back, do your video, do whatever you need to do, and that's it. Until the cuffs are being put on you, you are not involved in that situation. Let the officers do their job and don't involve yourself with it. We've been told, have faith in the courts, have faith in the courts, have faith in the court. Well, you know what? Maybe it's time everybody should just have a little bit of faith. Let due process ring out. You have to remember, you don't have the right to ask somebody for their warrant. You don't have the right to ask somebody to see the issues, the documents issued from the court. You're a civilian. These people are there to do a job. You don't have the right to ask somebody to see a warrant for somebody that is not you or is not your family member unless they're entering your home. You have no reason to be involved with that situation. Stand back, let them do their job.
Document it, and then complain afterwards, if necessary.
Document it. Don't be in your car, try to block them. Don't try to ram them. Don't surround them. Don't attack their vehicle. Don't throw rocks at them. You want to stand on the side of the road and hold up a sign. That's what your job is. That's what, as the extent of what you can do. As soon as you intervene in what they're doing, whatever the chain of events that takes place at that point, you're inviting upon yourself.
Okay.
You're inviting upon yourself. Now, the events that take place may or may not be justified at the end of the day. Somebody may or may not do something right or wrong at the end of the day, but it's your action that precipitates that chain of events.
Yeah,
if you don't get involved, you're not going to get hurt.
Yeah,
period.
You're culpable by injecting yourself into what the agents are doing. You have now started a series of consequences, which aren't necessarily something that you can control. It's like I said at the beginning, made bad decisions. Whether it's Alex Pretty or Nicole Good, they made decisions. Nicole Good, they made decisions that were poor decisions, and that led to consequences that ultimately harmed them. Here's one thing I want to ask, and I know we've been on. I know I'm running out of time with you here, so for lack of time, I have been hearing an argument that says what happened to Alex Pretty is a Second Amendment issue. I've seen many people online, and I've heard many arguments in talking to individuals in person and online, that this was somehow about denial of Second Amendment rights. I disagree with that vehemently. I do not believe that the shooting of Alex Pretty is about the Second Amendment. It isn't about concealed carry. It's about he injected himself into the law enforcement. He resisted law enforcement rather than just complying, put his hands up, allowed them to arrest him if that's what they were going to do at that moment. It's being videotaped. If he was otherwise, his rights were abused, he would have full opportunity to go to court and to get some kind of remittance for that. He had opportunities. Instead, he got into a struggle with them, and that ultimately cost him his life. It isn't about the Second Amendment. Nowhere in this is this about the Second Amendment, in my opinion. Do you agree?
I don't see a Second Amendment issue here. We have a guy who now we don't know yet. I still haven't heard whether or not he was a concealed carry holder.
Yes.
If he had a license to carry that.
Reporting. Okay. Yes. The reporting.
Right. I haven't seen it yet. We've been prepping for the storm. Like I said, I haven't been following every single detail. All right. He's a concealed carry holder. That's fine. Let's put him in a different situation. He's going down whatever highway he's going down in whatever state that he's driving in. He gets pulled over. Okay. And for some reason or another, the topic of the firearm comes up. If he winds up getting out of the car and they have to search his vehicle or they have to detain him for any purpose whatsoever, they find something suspicious, whatever, that they have to detain him and they have to put cuffs on him, they're going to take the gun from him. Mm-hmm. They're going to take the gun from him. All right. Right. If he's in a situation where he's confronted by law enforcement, he's walking down the street, something happens, he's witness to something, and he's talking to the cops to give a statement. He's not doing anything. He's not a suspect. He's not being investigated, whatever the case is. And the cop notices that he's got a firearm on him. Yeah, I'm a concealed carry holder. Oh, okay, that's great. Boom. He's not going to have the firearm removed from him. It depends upon the situation. When you're on your knees on the floor, you've already been pepper sprayed and you've got 5 or 6 officers on top of you. Expect one of them to take your gun. Mm-hmm. They're going to remove your firearm because it's an element it's an element that creates a dangerous situation that they can't control. They need to remove that firearm. Expect it. If you get tackled by 6 cops, they're not going to say, "Oh, he's got a gun on him. Let's make sure to respect his Second Amendment." They're going to say he's got a gun, and they're going to take the gun from you. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter who you are. They're going to take the gun. if he was standing on the side of the street videotaping, minding his business, and didn't get interjected, and he still had the gun in his waistband underneath his jacket where nobody saw that he had it, he would be home today with the gun sitting on his night table. Nobody would have approached him. He wouldn't have got stopped. He wouldn't have got tackled. He wouldn't have been, maced or pepper sprayed. He wouldn't have had the firearm taken, and he wouldn't have got shot. I'm sorry, but it's not a. Do I like the idea of cops disarming people in the street? No, I don't like having anybody's rights being violated. Mm-hmm. But his rights weren't violated. His rights weren't violated, as far as I can tell. He had a gun legally, fine. Yeah, but then something happened that initiated police involvement, and it was something that he initiated.
Yes,
that the police are going to disarm you. If they've pepper sprayed you, odds are they're about to cuff you. And if they're going to cuff you, they're going to take your gun from you, whether you have a permit for it or not.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Then you think they're going to put you in the back of the police car and leave you have your gun? Or are they going to let you go to the jail and you're still going to have your gun? Are they going to put you in a cell with the other 7 or 8 demonstrators that they just locked up and let you keep your gun? Oh, no, he's got a permit. He's got to hold his gun. We can't take his gun because he's got a permit.
No, I'm with you, Frank. And
they're going to take your gun. It's point. And I'm sorry, but there was even if you're asked for your firearm by law enforcement, there's certain circumstances where you are required to surrender your firearm. You're required to disarm.
No, I'm 100% with you on this, and I just wanted to highlight, and I wanted to bring up from someone who's far more experienced with firearms and the laws surrounding them than myself, to get your opinion on it. That because I keep hearing so many people who are trying to say, "Oh, but this is about the Second Amendment. He got shot because he had a firearm. Concealed carry no longer matters. Second Amendment no longer matters." And I think they're out of their mind. This has nothing to do with that in any way, shape, or form. And anyone who's saying that doesn't understand what they're talking about.
There were probably 2 or 3 other people within a quarter of a mile or within view of that instance, of that whole circumstance, that had guns. There were probably 2 or 3 people, if we look at the law of averages, there were probably 2 or 3 other concealed carry holders in proximity to that event that stood there and watched it take place, just by the number of people that we know carrying up there. None of them got shot. None of them got arrested. None of them had their gun taken from them. Why? They weren't involved in the situation. They just witnessed the situation. They witnessed it. This is not a guy who was standing off to the side, ignoring everything, or just watching it, where they went up and said, "Are you a concealed carry holder? If you are, give me your gun." They didn't do that. They didn't just go up without any reasonable or articulable suspicion and frisk a guy and take his stuff from him. They didn't violate his rights. This is a guy that got involved. Now, we also don't see the 3 or 4 minutes of video that predicated the whole situation to see what his level of involvement was prior to the melee. We don't know what the situation was. We don't know how many times he was told to get back, if he was told to get back. We don't know. Did he spit at an officer? Did he not spit at an officer? Did he push somebody? Did he shove somebody? We've seen a lot of these agents take an awful lot of abuse before they respond to the protesters. We've seen an escalating level of activity from the protesters before being pushed back on. Okay, it wasn't a matter like where it started and people were yelling and they say, "Hey, back up 10 feet, give us space," and people backed up. We haven't seen that in a while. We've seen people jumping on the backs of agents and the agents still doing their job before they even respond to it. There's been an increasing level of activity before being met with response. We don't know how much response was met prior to the events that unfolded. We don't know what this guy was doing up until then. The only thing I can tell you is if he wasn't involved, he wouldn't have got shot. Rightly or wrongly, and I imagine after a forensic breakdown of everything that took place and after everything that happened, we'll find out the answer at some point. At somewhere there will be a reconstruction of it. Somebody's going to sue somebody. Somebody's going to have a lawsuit. Some agency's going to pay for this. Some agency will pay for that. And eventually we'll get to the bottom of it. The problem is there's a guy who's dead who's not going to be here to say it.
Nope.
And the guy who's dead would not be dead if he minded his own business. Now, I'm not saying the fault is on him. That's not a level of blame. I'm not ascribing blame to say it's your fault you're dead.
I am.
What I'm saying. No, I'm not going that far.
Not you.
What I'm just saying. What I'm saying is it's unfortunate. Okay. I really feel bad the fact that you're dead, because I know that there's a family, there's friends, there's people, there's coworkers, there's a job that you did that you probably did your job well. He was a registered nurse, a trauma center nurse, or whatever, from what I understand. He was regarded in his community by his friends, his family, and I'm sure he's going to be missed. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are going to have a hole in their heart because this guy is no longer with them.
Sure.
And I feel bad for him, and I feel bad for them. I honestly do. You just should have stayed out of it. Just
videotape the scene and.
You know what this is likened to?
What?
You got a thunderstorm coming. You got a beautiful field of grass, and you say, you know what? I feel like going for a run today, and you go out for a run, and you know the storm is there. You're not doing anything wrong. You're just going out for a jog, and all of a sudden there's a bolt of lightning up your ass, and you're fried in the middle of the field dead. All right? Did you deserve to die? No. You didn't deserve to get hit by a bolt of lightning.
Well,
would you have got hit by the bolt of lightning if you didn't go for the run that day? I don't think so. You'd have probably been safe and warm at home if you would have just said, you know what? There's a lightning and thunderstorm coming. Maybe it's not a good idea for me to go out there and tempt fate. Stop tempting fate. Stop getting involved in situations you have no idea of. You don't know the person that they're apprehending. You could be stopping or trying to interfere with the arrest of a convicted rapist, a convicted murderer, somebody who would just as soon slit your throat or rape your child had situation been in a different day and time. Yes. You're interfering with the arrest of somebody who is potentially would be very happy to take everything you own and kill you. You're protecting that person. Let them do their job, people. Just let them do their job.
I know that's
they're not doing this. Isn't willy-nilly.
I know that this is the underlying idiocy of what we've been seeing with all the protests against ICE and Border Patrol and protecting illegal immigrants. Is we're looking at criminals of varying degrees of criminality, but each and every illegal alien is fundamentally at the start, they are a criminal, and some of them are even violent criminals and varying degrees of that. And you're protecting them. You could be protecting that guy could have been an MS-13 drug dealing murderer, could have been a trend in Aragua sex slaver. You don't know who you are interfering for and trying to help out. And that's really sad. But I'm going to let you go in just a moment here, Frank. I just want to give you a chance. Is there any final thoughts, any final things you want to say?
I just the whole situation is what people who are doing the protesting don't understand is that they're being used. Mm-hmm. They really don't understand that they're being used. They're being used when Maxine Waters stands on her little soapbox and tells you to get in people's faces, tell them they're not welcome, doing this and doing that. She's telling you to go out there and get involved. Mm-hmm. Okay, she's telling you to put your skin in the game. When all these politicians are out there telling you to push back on law enforcement, to push back on this, to get involved, to do this and doing that, they're telling you, ignore your family, ignore your children, ignore your spouse, ignore your job, ignore your future, ignore everything that you have that you've worked for, that you've earned, that's potential in your future. Ignore all of it. And you go out there and get involved in a situation that has nothing to do with you. They're telling you to go out there and do it. They are not the ones doing it. And then when they do it, they're out there doing it from behind the security of cameras and a podium and a wanting press. They will go out there and they will express their opinion and their protest when they're safe and secure. They're not the ones out there blowing the whistles, waving the signs, and getting involved in the arrests. They're telling you to do it. So when bad things happen, and this was a bad thing that happened, it was a bad thing that happened to that chick in the car, all right? Both circumstances that both could have been avoided if people stayed home and let law enforcement do their job. Because these politicians, these pundits, they're the ones that are out there telling you to get involved, but you're the one that pays the price and they don't. Because they know just how far they can push before they can take a step back and let you be the one that goes out there and takes the bullet. You're the one taking the bullet. You're taking the mace to the face. You're taking the arrest. You're going to take the damage to your reputation and everything else that goes along with it. You're the one who's putting your life in jeopardy because they're telling you to do it. Stop it. Stop being used as fodder and get back to having a rational discussion with people that you disagree with. Stop being involved in situations that are going to cost you your life. If you want to bring the temperature down, if you want to bring everything down from this boil back to a simmer, you have to do it by action and conversation. And that means staying the hell out of their way and let the chips fall where they are and let the courts handle it. They're not going after people just because they crossed the border, 18 years ago and have been sitting there packing bags at the local shopping center. They're going after people that have criminal history, criminal records, and have already gotten an order to be detained or deported. They're going after those people first. You're getting involved in a situation that does not pertain to you. Stay out of it. Bring it down. And nobody winds up getting hurt. You can always have these discussions later on, and whatever that happens. Let justice prevail. But in the meantime, for God's sake, look at your kids and the example that you're setting for them. Stay at home and be there tomorrow for your kids and for your family. This poor guy, he ain't going to have that opportunity to do it. Why? Because he decided that day that he was going to go get involved in a situation that had nothing to do with him. And unfortunate as it is, whether the shooting was right, wrong, justified, or not, he's dead, and we can't change that. Don't be like that guy.
True
and that's
enough.
the bottom line.
Well, I thank you for that. I thank you for the analysis and to bring a different insight. Someone who's familiar with firearms, familiar with the law, familiar with law enforcement, to give a different insight than what most people are getting from MSNBC and the modern news media. We know CBS has already admitted they're willing to lie, that they have a political bias that they only in the last 3 weeks have given up on, but they've been maintaining it for years. So it's nice to have someone else who isn't with that bias to come in and say, okay, here's what I think. And I think there's several points we agree on, a couple of points we disagree on, which I'm more than happy to say, but that's not new for you.
That's nothing new for you and I.
No, but that's okay. And yet we're still great friends, and it's not a big deal. Frank, I thank you. Go and kiss the missus, play with the dogs, have her, and stay warm. And I'll talk to you again very soon. Okay.
We'll do the same. Vass, listen, as always, you're my brother. I love you. You do a great job every week on the show. Hopefully, when I get everything situated with my FFL, we're going to be bringing back the podcast on a full-time regular schedule from my FFL. So we'll be actually, and if you see how I'm decorating the place, it's pure Americana. But listen, as always, you guys be safe, shoot straight. Take care of yourselves, take care of your loved ones, take care of your family, take care of your country. This is the only one that we got. So,
True point.
All right, guys, you take care, be safe, be warm. We'll catch you on the flip side.
All right, Frank. All right, folks. So that was Frank Johnson. Again, He is the owner of Primer Strike FFL. It's a new business, so I'm getting used to saying that. And he's also with the Range Report L1F. You can always check him out on YouTube. And he does review all types of firearms and fire safety and all aspects dealing with firearms, from just enjoyment to safety to saving your life. He's a great guy. I do invite you to check him out. So I wanted to have Frank come on, and we really didn't prep it. I got in touch with him today and said, Frank, no, I'm looking at all this. I need to have your expertise. I need to hear your voice about some of the questions I had, as well as questions I've been hearing about this, about the legality, about the Second Amendment, about the type of firearm and what is the capability. As I showed before Frank, or as Frank was starting, that we have so many people on YouTube. The video I showed earlier, where the guy's using a screw to hold the firing trigger on the P320 to hold it in place, to then manipulate the slide to make it fire, that got 1 million views. 1 million views. It's not an old video either. And I think it's like 5 months old. But that's not what we saw today. And it's not about the Second Amendment, what happened to Alex Pretty. It really isn't, in no way, shape, and form. But I keep hearing these arguments. So I was like, you know what? People may not believe me by myself. Maybe if I bring in a firearms expert, an individual who's opening his own FFL, maybe that will make the point stick and make people to think about this without the emotional baggage, without the political baggage that is being added onto this. And I think that's the worst part. And that's part of why we're getting closer to a civil war, a second civil war. Because we have the news media and certain politicians on both sides that are adding so much more baggage to this. I know there's some people who are going to be upset, but the Trump administration has done no one any favors by saying, oh, well, this was domestic terrorism, and talking about Renee Nicole Good. That's domestic terrorism. No, it wasn't. And now talking about Alex Pretty, they're saying it was an assassination attempt. They were trying to assassinate, literally, this has been said, that they were trying to assassinate the Custom Border Patrol, the CBP. That isn't what Alex was trying to do. In fact, I want to show you one of the articles, one of the statements by the news media. And I think this is inflammatory. It created part of the problem that we're all now having to deal with. This is from the New York Post. And whether you like the New York Post or not, it is considered a credible news agency, internationally credible news agency, whether you like it or not. And the thing that got me is their title of their article. This is from January 24th. This is yesterday. Armed anti-ICE disruptor finally fatally shot after confronting first. They changed the title. Look at it up here. At the top, they changed this last night at 5 p.m. The original title of this article was, in fact, shots fired after police in Minneapolis struggled to subdue man brandishing gun amid protests, video shows. That was the original title. They changed it because at first the New York Post was saying that this guy was waving around a gun, that Alex Pretty had pulled out a gun and was waving it around and threatening people. And I knew they were going to do this, but they didn't change the original tag. And I will have that in the description, along with all of the other videos, all of the resources all the sources that we have gone to. I'm going to save that for you because this was a massive problem that they were initially saying that this guy was running around. I believe it's right in here. Video seen by bystanders and pretty. Clips of not clear weapon. They rewrote this. Oh man, they rewrote this article. They initially said from the New York Post that that this guy had his gun. One officer expected to lose. No, that's not it. I'm sorry. They rewrote the article. And I'm trying to find if they changed. They did. They changed the article. In the original article, the New York Post was saying that Alex Pretty was out waving his firearm around, that he was a clear and present threat to law enforcement. And that's how I first heard about the story. I got a phone call from one of my friends who said, Mike, did you hear about this and why there are protests, that there was another shooting in Minnesota and that the guy was waving around a gun? So he got shot. And that's when I found the New York Post article yesterday before 5 o'clock when they changed the story. But the fact is, if you, like I, was someone who read the article yesterday, before they changed it, before they changed the title, before they changed the content, then you would have heard, oh, so my friend told me this guy was waving around a gun. And then New York Post news media are telling me this guy was waving around a gun. And you're going to be pissed off. And that's not correct. And then when you hear President Trump, you hear Kristi Noem, Secretary Kristi Noem, say that, oh my God, this guy was an assassin. He's trying to assassinate law enforcement. He's waving around a gun. He's recklessly endangering the public. When you hear those news stories and you've seen this in articles from internationally credible news agencies, well, then you're going to say, oh my God, these leftists are crazy. And I have no love of the left. I have no love for socialism or socialists. I have no love for their ideology whatsoever. But amping up the rhetoric for the right does not help to resolve this situation and make it better. The left, of course, they're doing the same thing. We hear from leftists after leftists, oh my God, they murdered Alex Pretty for no reason whatsoever. They just found this guy and just went out and decided to assassinate him. That's not what happened. That's not the truth. You know, here it is from WRAL. Man is shot and killed during Minneapolis immigration crackdown. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. But how many people have you heard saying that? This isn't publicized nationally. No. They're trying to tell you nationally. Matter of fact, do I have? No, I don't. Double checking what I thought I had. They're trying to make you believe everything but the reality. It's really sad. By the way, there are a lot of people who do agree with me, that agree with Frank Johnson, as you just heard. And they're putting out their memes on this. And I think this is the first part of this top half up here is a meme that's going on right now. Oh, so now it's wrong to be armed at a protest, just trying to keep up. See, this is the leftist. They're trying to say, oh my God, there's shifting. There's rules for thee and not for me. It's white people rules versus black people rules. No. Because when we saw in this Kyle Rittenhouse, he walked up to the police. He identified his firearm. He raised his hands and said, hey, I'm here. He didn't resist. He didn't get into a fight. It's not a different set of rules. Alex Preti was fighting with law enforcement. We didn't see that in this case. When you're looking here and you're looking at Kyle Rittenhouse, he isn't fighting with police officers. There are many big differences, but again, this is being used to manipulate all of us and bring us closer to a civil war. And I believe that the left thinks that they will win a civil war. They think that they have the high moral high ground and that it's okay. I believe that the left is instructing people and training them to believe that because they are on the quote right side of history, it doesn't matter if they're on the wrong side of the grave. I actually said this with a friend of mine yesterday. The left seems to believe that if they're on the right side of history, it doesn't matter if they're on the wrong side of the grave. I stand by that statement. I still believe that. And I think that's what they're trying to promote. The reason why we're seeing National Guard troops have been activated in Minnesota by Governor Tim Walz. Here's the thing that I think is important about that. And it goes hand in hand with everything we've been saying and everything that the left has been saying about these different events, about mass deportations, which is the root of all of this. And I have to ask the question, are the National Guard in Minnesota to help the public? Or are they there, well, not even help the public, are they there to help the political ideology of Tim Walz, of Jacob Frey, of the Democrats and the Democratic Socialists? Are they, Minnesota's National Guard, are they being used to prop up the leftist ideology? Or are they there to enforce the United States law? Which means helping ICE and the Border Patrol. Because ICE and the Border Patrol have a legal job to do. They are enforcing laws created by Democrats, voted for by Democrats. These are the same laws that Obama used to mass deport illegal aliens. And now Trump is using the same laws to have the same action. I know a lot of people go, well, Obama's entirely different. I mean, he deported 3 million illegal aliens over 8 years. And he was so much more, Obama was so much more effective, and he did it entirely differently. No, he didn't. He's done very much the same things that President Trump is doing. He set the precedent for President Trump. And Trump's basically doing the same thing. And by the way, if you break down Obama's 8 years of anti-immigration into the United States, and you compare that to 1 year of President Trump as the 47th president, President Trump's actually doing better. He got rid of 650,000 illegal aliens versus on average for Obama, it's about 500,000. So Trump's doing a little bit better, but Obama had 8 continuous years. Trump has 1 year as 47th president. It's not the same thing. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Maybe I just don't get it. I don't think that's the case. I think that we are being driven towards a civil war. I think that the left, Democrats, Antifa, BLM, they think that they can't or shouldn't be held accountable to any crime they commit because they're on the right side of history, because they think that the consequences don't matter. That because they feel good about what they're doing, it doesn't matter why they do it or how it affects anyone, including themselves. And I think they're more than willing, and they are deluded to think that a civil war in America will be beneficial to anyone. Look, I hate socialism, hate it with a passion, because I've lived it. I've seen it. I've lived in it. Not a vacation. I lived in socialism. And I can tell you that I would not wish that on anyone. It is repressive. It is oppressive. It is a horrendous way to live. And tens of millions of people who have lived in socialist nations around the world for decades upon decades, almost 100 years, they come to America and they will tell you that I'm right, that it is oppressive, that all the slogans, all the sayings, the fact that it's the new form of socialism never is true. That is always the sales pitch. It never works out. That is never the truth. And even with that understanding, I don't want to see a civil war. I don't want to have to see Americans fighting left versus right. It's going to be devastating for everyone. Yes, I expect the left will lose. Absolutely. They will be crushed. But it will be devastating to America. It will destroy our nation as we have known it. We will never be the same nation after that. And it is possible that that could cause World War III. Because if America, the superpower of the world, is collapsing, if America, which is the guidepost on stability in the world, whether you like it or not, America are the police of the world. That's a fact. America is the big dad with a big stick, basically keeping the world in line. And whether you like that or not, doesn't matter. It's not France. It's not England. It's not the EU. No one cares about what they think. It's definitely not Canada. It's not the second world nations. It's not the third world nations. No one cares what they do or what they think. Everyone cares about what America thinks and what America does. Everyone. And other than the rogue nations, everyone is to some degree falling in line with what America decides is stability at any given moment. And if we fall apart, if we are busy fighting against ourselves, there's no one to police the rest of the world. There's no one to stop the rogue nations of the world. There's no one to make sure that the big bullies out there, like a Russia, like a China, like a North Korea or Iran, no one's there to stop them, to pull them back, to make them behave or to stop what they're doing. And whenever America is weak, then those nations, those bullies, those rogue nations around the world, they start asserting themselves. Whether that's the Taliban in Afghanistan, it's Russia and Putin in the Ukraine, it's Chairman Xi and the Chinese Communist Party threatening to go into Taiwan. We can go nation by nation, continent by continent. And when America is not doing its job, we see conflict. And if America is not in that equation, there is no country in the world that is prepared to step up and replace us. There is no country in the world that will initiate more stability. And there is no country in the world that will stand up for freedom, individual freedom, like the United States does. Civil war ends that for the world. Civil liberties end when America ends. If America's in a civil war, there are no civil liberties in the world. There is no one to enforce that. There is no one to even hold that as a guiding light. There's no reason for it. Countries only provide civil liberties in their nations to an extent to make America happy, to be able to have business and positive international relations with America. That's the only reason why. And when America stops paying attention to that, well, what do we see happening in England right now? They have literal thought police. There are word police in England right now. Under Keir Starmer, there are things you cannot say. There are entire statements and ideas that you cannot express in the United Kingdom under Keir Starmer. That's because America, especially under Biden and under Obama, were weak and allowed them to do that. And we heard last year Keir Starmer was the police of the United Kingdom were threatening American citizens, saying, you can't say these things. And they forgot we're America. We're American citizens. We have a constitution. We have the First Amendment right. They can't tell us what to say. They can't tell us what we can think. They threatened to come to America, the UK police threatened to come to America and arrest Americans for things that we said about the British government. And under Obama, under Biden, they probably would have been allowed to come into America and do that. Just like the Chinese were allowed to open up police stations illegally in the United States. There were at least 22 police stations at one point in America under Obama, under Joe Biden. They have been since closed down. At least the ones we knew of have been closed down. And they would have allowed, and Biden and Obama, the Democratic Socialists, would have been happy to allow England to come into America and arrest anyone, because in England, they don't have a right to free speech. But in America, under strong presidents, you do have that. That's President Bush, both President Bush, Reagan, Donald Trump. Yeah, strong presidents say you can say what you say. Weak presidents say you can only say what we allow you to say. If we're in a civil war, there's no one to protect what you say, what you think, what you do. It's very upsetting. All right. There's a lot of concepts that I'm trying to share with you today, folks. And I'm not telling you you have to agree with Frank, that you have to agree with me. You have to agree with a more conservative ideology. Not telling you that. That's what MSNBC will tell you. That's what CNN and ABC and the New York Times, they'll tell you, you have to obey the socialist ideology. Your college professor is going to tell you, you have to be a socialist. Otherwise, they're going to punish you. They're going to do things to harm your future. I don't agree with any of that. And I don't ask you to do any of that. I only ask you to consider what I'm saying, considering the information that we are presenting to you, so that you can make your mind up, so that you can make a decision. Because we believe you're an individual, you're an adult, you are capable of running your life better than any government will. Zoran Mandami doesn't believe that. He believes in government. He told you, after you voted for him, he told you that he believes in big government, that government can answer every problem. And so if you have a problem, you need more government. That's what Mandami said after he got voted into office. He didn't say that beforehand. And his policies promote bigger and stronger government, not you. He's not trying to empower you. How do you get free houses? Oh, Mandami, the government with Mandami at its lead takes more property. And then when they take the property, they then set your rent and the conditions you will live under. Remember, New York City, the biggest slumlord in New York City is New York City's government. New York State is the biggest slumlord beyond anyone else. But again, Mandami and many of the Democratic Socialists will tell you, but we need more government. That's the solution to everything. I don't agree with that. And if we have a civil war, people who are bought into that ideology will lose everything fighting people who don't believe in that ideology. That doesn't help anyone in the world. Maybe it's the way I'm thinking of it. No. We're going to take a quick break. We've been talking for about 2 hours here today. And again, I want to thank Frank Johnson for coming in with his expertise. We've been talking about Minnesota. We've been talking about Alex Preti. We're talking about the Second Amendment. But there is more that we want to talk about today. There's so many other things. Again, we want to talk a little bit more about the government shutdown that's going to be coming up. We want to talk a little bit about the National Guard. Again, what is the Minnesota National Guard doing? Remember, there is the Alaskan National Guard, 1,500 of them, that were activated by President Trump a week ago. What's happening with them? What are they going to be doing in Minnesota? That's an important question. We're going to address that. We're going to talk a little bit about what's going on with some of the shootings that we've been seeing, like over at Corpus Christi, what's going on in LA, Los Angeles. I want to talk a little bit about that 5-year-old child that the news media went rampant. They were crazy about it. Oh my God, the DHS, ICE. You keep hearing people, ICE, when it's actually DHS. Notice they changed the names of every department to whomever they need it to be. Custom Border Patrol, yeah, that's ICE. When they're talking about Department of Homeland Security, yeah, that's ICE. The IRS, yeah, that's ICE. The left doesn't see anything different. They're all the same thing because that's what their messaging is on. They don't care because their messaging has already said it's ICE. So every time we see anything that happens, well, it's an ICE agent. No, it's not. It's Border Patrol, it's IRS, it's the DHS, all these different departments doing their job. But you'll hear the leftists call them all the same thing. They're all ICE agents. Why? Because they don't like ICE. Because they've been told they can't like ICE. Well, we're going to talk a little bit more about that. We're going to talk about that 5-year-old that they said was kidnapped. That 5-year-old that we were told was being used as bait. Is any of that true? We're going to show you the evidence from the left that they lied. And of course, we'll talk about Don Lemon. Don Lemon, who basically was trying to burn a church. Essentially, he was trying to burn a church. That's Don Lemon. And he's going to stand there and tell you he is your moral superior as he allows people who are trying to worship to be attacked. And it's going to happen again, folks. It's going to happen again. And Don Lemon has told you he's going to do it again. He dares law enforcement to hold him accountable because he's the shield of the mainstream news media protecting him because they have the same leftist ideology as Don Lemon. Is that good for you? We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about a lot of these things. But I need to take a quick break because I need to take care of my dog. And if you know the show, you know I love my dog. So I am going to show you, and I think it's kind of relevant. Let's take a step back to 2024. Let's listen to Tim Walz and what he was trying to tell you then and how he was saying, no, he's the greatest guy ever as he's trying to defend his stolen valor, as he's trying to explain why he's such a good governor, which we now know, complete lie. And I want you to think of this man lied to your face. Imagine what he would have done if he got power. Imagine what he would do to America if he had gotten power. So I'm going to play this, and we'll be back in about 45 minutes. That'll be about 5:30. We should be back by 5:30. And until then, I'm going to play this for you, and then we'll go forward from there. Nope, there it is.
Country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene.
Hamas.
And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora.
The hostages.
Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed.
thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action.
The Iron Dome.
President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war.
Year, not recently.
But the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor,
Essentially, they have one.
you are the final voice in the Situation Room. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back.
What about the 34 Americans that were killed by them?
In crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies.
What about the 22 Americans that were taken as hostage?
The United States have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago.
He's pro-Hamas. He's taking he's using humanitarian aid to support Hamas. What about the Americans who were killed? How about the Americans who have been hostage and are probably dead as well? What about those Americans?
His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to
not answering the question
Donald Trump said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together.
He's not answering the question.
That our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as
that's why Trump started no new wars, and that's why there was more global peace under Trump than under Obama or under Biden.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working-class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother...
Okay, I don't care how he grew up. That's not really important to me. But at least he told us why he's not starting off with the answer first. At least there is that.
On the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried.
Look, I know that you're right, Tony. He is tap dancing right now, but at least he started off saying he is going to answer the question, but he wanted to get his intro in. Okay, fine, I'll give you that, but you better answer the question.
Dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence.
So he's not going to answer the question either.
Out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies and, God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well.
Well, that's true of the Houthis, and it is true of Hamas.
To fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, It is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Good point. He answered the question.
Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed.
There's no revision. There were no new wars. We were on the path of more peace. The world was more stable. That is a fact.
Is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches.
No, he didn't.
Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership.
Wait a minute. So steady. What happened to the Americans? Why are the hostages still over there?
Did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now.
Did Tim Walz just grab his crotch? Did he do that?
Which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last
Vance is going to stomp him.
Time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall.
No, global warming does.
Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever.
Humanizing.
And those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins.
That's the tactic. It's humanizing.
To those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then of course afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job, and I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more.
I like the way that he's putting everything that the Biden-Harris administration did on just Harris alone. But then again, you know, Biden is a part-time zombie president, so he's doing pretty good there.
Cleaner water. The best thing to do is to...
And it is a fact that the United States has reduced greenhouse gases more than any other nation in the world for the last, since 2015.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all,
we don't need an agreement. We already lead the world
with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements.
What's
governors, no partisanship. They work together so all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there that we recover. But
he's having weird pauses.
That they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in.
That Obama bought.
Of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country.
That's why unemployment is increasing. Okay.
Technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution...
So we don't need a coalition, do we, if we're already doing it?
Climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly...
Look, the fact is the United States we reduce global emissions more than all of Europe and the United Kingdom combined, and have done so since 2015. We are the solution to climate change already. We don't need additional agreements with anyone else. The rest of the world has to catch up to us. We don't have to catch up with them. It's pretty straightforward.
Billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China. Number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Tony. There is something wrong with the way that Tim Walz is speaking, because he's having abnormal pauses. Like he's in the middle of a paragraph and then there's full stop, and then he picks back up again. Something's wrong with that.
Years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure?
If it wasn't an infrastructure law, it was a
protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of. But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want.
Because Kamala Harris didn't try and ask the unions for money. Of course not.
Creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora.
That-
We're going to turn now
there was a
to
consensus
immigration.
that the Earth was flat too, but that wasn't true.
Consistently ranks as one of the top issue for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history.
Yes.
And to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations,
She's
we
asking
have
about DACA.
We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, mass.
That was Biden, but yes. Oh. Hit the wrong
opened
button.
the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some.
Okay, so they want to get rid of the criminals first and then try and weed it all the way down. I like the way that Vance is both pushing forward the agenda of Donald Trump and then he goes into the answer. He is answering the questions, but he's doing his politicking up front. Then he gives the substantive answer afterwards. We're not seeing that from Tim at all.
Final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor,
Strong answer.
do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules?
Okay, so that's how CBS is going to do their fact checking, by providing the question that he should be answering.
Opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California.
No one cares about her being Attorney General. She's Vice President.
Transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this. And that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on
to slow down the number of illegal aliens entering into America, not to stop them, not to deport them. So let's be honest about what the bill does.
Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents.
To allow illegal aliens to continue to enter America. It was to slow down the number of people coming into America, not to stop them from coming into America. Read the bill.
Told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature.
We don't need to keep the border open. In fact, we have laws in place that shouldn't. So California and New York are in violation of, by being sanctuary states, they're in violation of federal law, which he doesn't want to mention.
We'll pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he...
But the wall was effective.
Dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan...
Dehumanizing? Really? Really?
Workable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules. And it is a disgrace. And it has to stop.
You can't argue that.
Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who...
He nailed her. He's got him nailed.
It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
60 to 65%.
We fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this.
The American people want it. He says it's demonizing it.
To bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this.
And local officers, local police and officers said that it was true about the cats and dogs. But who cares about that? The American people want to deport. And he's saying you can't because feelings?
Law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls?
She's trying to clean it up and change the conversation.
Many of the changes that you would actually want to implement. You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed, you've got hospitals that are overwhelmed, you have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim, and I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it.
Helped, but not the final version.
Of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little.
He was blaming Kamala Harris. He wasn't blaming the migrants.
Less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to.
How about don't let them in the first place?
I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about to the least.
Then why are you bringing up your faith if you don't talk about your faith?
Most Americans, they simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify.
So he wants to bring in race. He's trying to bring race into this where it isn't. This isn't about race. It's about law.
Well,
Nora?
but
Thank you.
Senator, we have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
We're
because
going to turn now to the
debate-
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys weren't
economy,
going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own
Thank you, Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much.
the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We want to
CBP One
have.
app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created.
Oh, they just cut off
Gentlemen,
their
you're-
mics.
The audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for
cut
explaining the
their
legal
mics?
process. Nora?
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for
Oh,
voters.
that's
Each of your
ridiculous what they
campaigns
just
has
did.
released an economic plan. So let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan.
Projects built by the government.
And to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an.
In other words, the ghetto. Do you want to live in a government ghetto?
And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went in.
And Trump lowered the insulin prices before Biden raised back up the insulin prices.
Prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit. We have one in Minnesota.
That's for 1 year. If you have a newborn, it doesn't count from year 1 to 21.
Right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now,
It makes absolutely no difference. It costs $250,000 just to even try and start a business.
he kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm gonna give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was
Everybody had a good economy. The tax cuts under Trump actually made the economy better. That is a fact.
on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share.
They already pay 70%. Top 5% spend 70% of all taxes. What is the fair share?
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning?
Wait a minute.
the
She left out
deficit?
the fact that the Wharton School said the Trump plan is better than the Kamala Harris plan, and I read that. So yes, Wharton says Trump is better than Kamala, and she left that out in CBS. That is bias.
Is that Kamala Harris has already done it. The vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when
There
asking
you
for
go.
a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago.
That's just the line. He's going to hammer that all night. That do it now. Do it now. Oh, whoa, go.
economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country.
Well, the Wharton plan also goes out 30 years, which obviously none of these policies are going to be in effect in 30 years. But again, Wharton said that Trump's plan is better than Kamala's plan on the short term.
Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Nice.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing
Okay, we were in a lockdown globally. That's not Donald Trump's fault.
depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things, we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted.
He didn't say that.
Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes.
Those same people told you that the jab would have no side effects and that it would prevent you from being able to get sick. And that wasn't true. So, no, there's caveats to this.
In the last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage.
Look at Tim's face. He's just bobbing all over the place.
It anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much.
Appeal to the public
right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
If you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were.
Yeah, we know how we were living 4 years ago versus how we're living now. So it was better then.
Overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there,
forget about the rhetoric. How much did you pay for your food? Look at your grocery bills for 4 and 5 years ago and compare them today, and which one is higher? It's not rhetoric when you're actually paying more today than you were in the past.
And we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris.
No, actually, Donald Trump did bring businesses back from overseas that had left under Obama. They came back with Trump, and then they left again with Biden.
Notice what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put
Big burn. He just burned up Tim.
What it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions.
Sometimes.
We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989.
I think that was his
But Minnesota
honeymoon.
Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy? You have 2 minutes.
Well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town
That's
of
not
400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the street lights come on, and
Who
I'm
cares?
proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms.
That's not
and then
answering
I
the question.
used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that.
Not
I
answering
came
the
back
question.
home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would
Not
take
answering the
baseball
question.
teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. They
Not answering
look,
the
I will be
question.
the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress
Not
for 12
answering the
years.
question.
And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things
Not
like
the
farm bills
question.
that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been,
Completely dodging the question in every single step.
I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you
No, he might have been indoctrinated.
he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community.
No, the question is, what about the discrepancies, which you have not answered?
Whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier, or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Okay, so you just wasted our time.
Thank you, Governor.
He wasted the
Senator
public's time.
Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed.
Burn, they're not doing any interviews.
Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing.
Yes.
Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy.
That's a lie. The health of the life of the mother is a concern that is allowed for.
In Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child, raped and impregnated by her stepfather.
Incest is allowed for abortions in every single state. So he's lying again.
There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry.
There's Project 2025 isn't anything like what he's described. I have read it.
And limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide. What's right for Texas might not be right for Washington.
Yes.
It's not how this works.
Yes, it is how it works.
Right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first.
Okay, you can go to another state then. Then everyone in Texas can go to Minnesota if they think it's much better.
A federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do.
But that's why the federal government shouldn't be involved in it, because we don't trust the government. Let's make it closer to the individual by making it smaller government involved, not federal government.
To make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest.
Tim was shaking his head no. He doesn't want voters to be in charge of anything.
To respond and also answer the question about restrictions.
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is,
what were the other comorbidities? What were the other causes?
And your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography. There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today.
Amber Thurman, okay.
That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject, and
I am absolutely sure that if you look up Amber Thurman, you will find out that she didn't die because of not getting the abortion, but she died because of something else along the way, that there was a comorbidity.
That's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible.
Good point, Grace. Grace points out that, you know what? Democrats say you had to get the jab even if you were pregnant.
The pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all.
That doesn't mean Idaho should be.
Freedoms for women to make their choices. And we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit.
1 year.
But we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
No,
Senator?
she didn't
May I
have to
respond
do
to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their health care decision.
Was he right? Was that the legislation?
Do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this,
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place.
Then we don't know. Mind your business and do what the government says are not the same thing.
Increasing funding for children, it doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News Vice President.
Okay, so far, well, first of all, sorry everyone. I thought I had switched over to the screen. I'm looking at the debate itself directly, and I thought you guys were watching it with me. I'm actually responding. You should have been able to hear it, and I apologize if you weren't able to. You should have been able to hear it if you were just responding to me looking at the screen. So I apologize about that. In addition to that, so far, I think it has been a slam dunk so far for J.D. Vance. I think he's far more prepared. He is far more knowledgeable. He has made the case for the policies under Donald Trump far better than we've seen Tim Walz make the case for Kamala Harris. I think something is wrong. I know there was a couple of people who were commenting earlier that Tim Walz, he's interrupting the way he speaks. Like he has a prepared, memorized statement, and then he just stopped. Either like he didn't remember it or that he got confused. I don't know exactly what was going on with him, but he just stared like a deer in the headlights, froze, and then picked back up. Something was very odd about that. He's very nervous. He's very sweaty. He's very jittery. He's moving all over the place. He doesn't seem vice presidential. He doesn't seem like he's in control. I'm talking about Tim Walz. And he doesn't seem like he's really able to answer. So far, he has been slammed over and over again by J.D. Vance when he has made the simple statement, if Kamala is so brilliant, if she has such great plans, why aren't any of them in place now? Why aren't we doing these great things she says that she thinks will happen, and we have to wait until January 2025 before she'll ever give them to us, before we can ever start to do that. There's a lot of things about the abortion that are incorrect, because there is no state in America where a woman cannot get an abortion if it's risking the life of the mother, incest, rape. Those are absolutely covered in every single state in America. So that's not true.
Digital flames, no sound bites allowed is the name of in his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us back here at No Soundbites Allowed. And today is January 25th of 2026. Love that. And it's currently 5:30, right on the mark. We are back on time. And I want to thank you for joining us. If you're new to the channel, thank you for joining us. If you are already a member, you've been watching us for a while, I appreciate each and every one of you and your support. Please do remember to hit the like button. More importantly, hit the subscribe button so we can reach more people and have more conversations like the one we've been having so far. Obviously, during the break there, you saw this was a conversation, the debate between J.D. Vance and Tim Walz. I think it was appropriate, to considering Tim Walz is at the center of all of the problems, all the major problems dealing with America socially at this time. The moral issues, the social issues, all come out of Minnesota right now. We now know about all of the Somali daycares and the bilking of $18 billion in your tax money. If you knew that then, for all my Democrat friends, if you knew that Tim Walz was responsible and allowed $18 billion of your tax dollars to be thrown away, to be scammed and sent to foreign countries, would you have supported Tim Walz and Kamala Harris as much? And now, knowing now that the news media, the mainstream news media, was fully aware for years that this the Somali daycare fraud was going on, and they didn't tell you in the 2024 election. They did not mention this, not even once. They avoided the subject, they buried the news, and they hid that from you, the voter, because you might not have voted Democrat. I think that's important. And to see some of the things, did you hear some of the things that we heard from Tim Walz and Kamala Harris? You heard Tim Walz there talking about abortion, all the women's rights. And here we are, 2026. Did women lose their rights? Did black people lose their rights? You were promised that if Donald Trump were to get back in, you would lose all of your rights. You would have been thrown in, black people would be in chains, and women would be in kitchens, barefoot and pregnant. That's what you were told. That didn't happen, did it? We didn't see that suddenly abortion is illegal all across America and no woman has a right to have an abortion. That didn't happen, did it? Matter of fact, most of the things that Tim Walz was talking about didn't ever happen. They painted a horror story. They fear-mongered you and said you have to vote Democrat because you're afraid. And yet the things they told you didn't happen. It's amazing how that is. And we knew back at that time, according to CBS News, Tony Ducopoli, his announcements, we know CBS in 2024, along with many other mainstream news media organizations, were biased. They had a political agenda. They wanted Democrats and socialists to win in elections, and they manipulated their reportage of the news, what they would tell you and how they would tell you, to get a political outcome. And I would say that even as CBS has come out and said, no, we've changed that. We're no longer going to be partisan. We're no longer going to be pushing a political bias and agenda in the news. I say they still are. And I say they're doing that because in 2026, we have the midterm elections. And based on my investigation of it, my review of it, I'm predicting that right now, there's only a 3-seat difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. Democrats aren't winning, even though so many people are saying, well, the news media told me Democrats are going to sweep the midterm elections, that Democrats are going to win the House and the Senate, and they'll destroy the Trump administration. Trump won't get anything else done. I don't think that's the truth. I don't think they're telling you the truth. They're telling you what they want to happen, not what is actually on the minds of most Americans at this time. And I think the more that Americans see how in California, with Governor Newsom, with Minnesota, with Tim Walz, with Kathy Hochul in New York, when we see these states and how absolutely adamant they are that laws only apply when they feel like it should apply, when it's a benefit to them and their party, I think most Americans disagree with that. When we see how Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis, and Tim Walz have been inciting more and more violence, trying to draw more people into Minnesota to fight with law enforcement agents, I think that most people are looking at that and saying, that's not what we want. That's not a benefit to America. That's a way to split America, to create a second civil war, to break down our society. And that is a problem. And I think more of us are noticing that. People who are independent, people who are Republicans, conservatives, even many Democrats. We're going to touch on some of those issues in just a few moments here. Now, while we were away and we were gone during the break, there was some breaking news, some additional news out there you may not have heard about. Now, one of the things is what we see here. This is from the Economic Times, came out today. You may not have been able to see it. And this is the kind of manipulation, propaganda that is meant to make you vote Democrat. It is meant to make you vote to give more power to the socialists in America. And I want you to see how this is engineered. This is from the Economic Times. Now, what you're seeing initially is from the perspective of a leftist. This is from what the so-called protesters are. Let me make sure we understand. Protesters are someone who will stand with a sign, with their voice, amongst their friends or by themselves and say, I think this is wrong. I've done that myself. I protested in front of the SUNY Broome College by myself with my sign because I was protesting their indoctrination of the students at that college. And that's while I was a board member of the college. And I was part of the Board of Civic Engagement. And one of their programs was so racist, I could not convince the rest of the board members to stop that program. I stood in front of that college by myself with my sign and telling people exactly why I was protesting. So I understand you can protest. I absolutely want people to protest if they disagree on something. But here's something that you also have to keep in mind. I didn't break any laws. Protests are not about breaking laws. And the moment that someone is breaking a law, that means you're interfering with law enforcement doing their legal job. That means that You are violent. You break a window. You throw rocks at law enforcement. You are trying to get into a fight with law enforcement. You're destroying the property around public property, private property. That is a crime. That's not a protest. And far too often, we hear people say, oh, well, they're just protesters. No, you're showing images of individuals who just got into a fight with law enforcement doing their job. That's not a protest. That's a crime. They show people throwing rocks at law enforcement. That's not a protest. That's a crime. We have to make that distinction. We have to stop saying, well, that's just a protest. No, they are not. And that is meant to make you feel more fearful. Oh my God, I'm just out protesting. I'm just going to have my voice be heard. That's a crime? No. But when people start breaking things, breaking the law, getting involved, trying to stop law enforcement from doing their lawful duty, that is a crime. And we've seen that in some of these cases, like with Renee Nicole Good, like with Alex Pretty, we are seeing, oh, that could cost someone their life because they're breaking the law and they're escalating the encounter they're having with law enforcement to a level that it shouldn't have to get to. That's not protest. How many times did Martin Luther King get arrested? And that was a very, very insanely different time in America. We're talking about the early to mid 60s. And how many times did Dr. Martin Luther King and his followers go out and they broke laws that they thought were unjust and unfair and unconstitutional, but they didn't throw rocks. They didn't go out and try and stop police officers from doing their job. They didn't get into fights with the police officers. No, they did not. They got arrested. Dr. Martin Luther King got arrested and arrested and arrested over and over and over again. He was thrown in jail over and over and over again because that was the price of his protest. He was trying to point out how the laws were wrong, and he conscientiously objected. And he took the punishment to make the point. But he didn't get into fistfights. He didn't burn down cities. He didn't riot in the streets. He didn't go into stores and pull people out while they're trying to have dinner. These are all things that we have seen, BLM and Antifa and the Democratic Socialists of America. These are things that we have seen done, not just in Minnesota, but across this country. Do you remember the 2020, 2021 riots in Rochester, New York, in Syracuse, New York, in Binghamton, New York? And that's just my state. It's across the entire country. Do you remember how they attacked people? Even now, we know that Don Lemon and his surrounded by a group of members of BLM went into a church specifically to target the church and the worshipers in that church on a Sunday as they were worshiping, to terrorize them because they said, well, you might believe in ICE. You're white, predominantly. The members of that church, predominantly white. And because you're probably white, you're probably therefore a conservative or a Republican. Therefore, you probably support Donald Trump, and therefore you're a bad person. And so they get the right to go into a church and attack the people in that church and to disrupt religious freedom, which is an absolute in our nation. First Amendment. And they say, oh, they're the good guys in their mind. It's insane. It's insane. But that's what we're seeing here from Economic Times. These aren't body cams of the officers. These aren't the full moments. These are highly edited clips to get an emotional response from you that will lead you to vote Democrat because it's a midterm election year. But let's see what else they have to say.
As members.
So They spent the first 23 seconds of a video, knowing that we have the youth of our nation have a very short attention span. And they know that they're going to get maybe most of the people 30 years old and under, they're only going to watch maybe the first 15 seconds of this video. It's too long for them. So what did they pack it? The first 23 seconds was saying, oh, no, the protesters, the criminals, well, they're the good guys, and you should go out and join them, because they take out of context clips and show it to our youth and say, no, they're the good guys. You should be on their side. Vote for them. Without any explanation of why and what they did wrong and what laws were broken in these various events that they're showing. But now we go to Amy Klobuchar, who is supposedly going to be running for governor of Minnesota to replace Tim Walz because of his failure in Minnesota to take care of the public, because he has enabled fraud in the billions of dollars. She's now going to be running for that, and let's see what she has to say.
Of Congress, we are calling on this administration to get ICE out of our towns, off of our streets.
ICE is in your town. ICE is in your street because of Democratic policies. It was the Democrats, including you, Amy Klobuchar, that opened our border to anyone and everyone. That would mean, yes, people who are desperate to be in a different country. Yes, some people who are legitimate refugees, but also members of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, other cartels, sex slavers, drug dealers. Yeah, you opened the borders to all of them. And they came into our country, into places like Aurora, Colorado, and took over apartment complexes. They terrorized American citizens throughout all of California. They spread around slavery, both child slavery and sexual slavery, across America. On your watch, Amy Klobuchar, under the policies you support. And now that we have a president who is a strong president, who says that was wrong, and has said, let me enforce the laws written by Democrats, voted for by Democrats, the same laws that were used by Barack Obama to mass deport these illegal aliens, these criminals in our nation, as he was elected to do. And you, Amy Klobuchar, are the one who are upset because, well, that means he has to have ICE agents. He has to have Border Patrol. He needs these federal agencies to come in to correct the problem created by Democrats. But she doesn't want to say all of that. She's going to shorthand it so that it's an advantage for her. She is literally lying by omission to the public and not taking accountability for what she voted for and what she enabled, which is the problem we are now living with. We are dealing with the consequences of her lack of respect for the law. Oh, but no one's ever said that to you, did they? The mainstream news media won't explain that. They won't point out these references, these facts that have been happening in front of our faces for years. They're not telling you that. They're telling you, no, vote for Amy Klobuchar. Donald Trump's the bad guy. ICE, Border Patrol, the federal agencies, they're bad guys for enforcing laws created by Democrats, voted for by Democrats, enforced by some Democrats. Isn't that interesting? So that came out while we were away on the break, and I wanted to show everyone a little bit of that. The link will be in the description after the show. You can see the whole thing for yourself, make your own determination about that. In addition, what came out while we were gone is this story from the AP News. Democrats vow, this is now being covered by multiple news agencies. We talked about it at the beginning of the show. Democrats vow to oppose Homeland Security funding the entire DHS, entire department of our government. They're going to take away the funding. and that they are willing to close the government. They're going to shut down the government. This is coming from the Associated Press. This isn't right-wing news. This isn't here to push up and gin up the right or Republicans or conservatives. This is what the AP, a left-leaning, internationally credible news agency, is saying. This is coming from Chuck Schumer, who is anything but a Republican or a conservative. This is a Democrat saying this, that they are going to shut down the government. That means Democrats right now, as they promised when we had the 45-day government shutdown, they promised they were going to have another shutdown in 2026. Now they have their excuse. ICE, mass deportations, the very thing that the American people requested and voted for. Chuck Schumer is now going to shut down the government. That means that if you are on food stamps or SNAP benefits to help your family eat, which is about 30% of America, they are going to take that away from you. That, I believe, is coercion. If you are, you get Social Security benefits or other benefit from the federal government, you're getting federal aid, the Democrats are going to shut that down to harm you until you vote for Democrats, until you support the Democratic Party. That's insane to me. They're going to take away your ability to live your life again because they want you to vote Democrat. And they're going to say, well, it's because of ICE. Well, ICE is following the law. They're enforcing laws Democrats created, but they're going to punish you until you vote for Democrats and give them power. That is coercion. That's criminal. That's what I see there. Maybe if you guys think I'm wrong, if you think, Mike, you just don't understand, fantastic. Tell me how I'm wrong about this. I'd love to hear it because I don't think that's the case. So I want you to think about that for a moment, that's what the news is coming out. That's the new thing. This is going to be within a week. You are going to see the Democrats go, we're going to shut down the government because mass deportations are bad. Having criminals in our country. You know what? Let me take this from a different point of view. 99% of all illegal aliens in America are good people. Let's assume that's the statement that the left loves to say. 99% of them are nothing but good people. Okay, let's assume that's correct. It's not, but let's assume that, okay? That means that under the Biden-Harris administration, under Democrats and the socialist movement, the socialist progressive movement, America allowed 8.5 million illegal aliens to enter this nation over the last 4 years. Well, the last 5 years, excuse me. Okay, and you go 99% of them are all good people. That's over 85,000 gang members, drug dealers, slavers, every criminal you can think of. People who abuse women, who rob from our stores, that do Somali daycare scams. That's 85,000 criminals, some of them violent criminals, that would never have existed in America. We know some of them have killed Americans. We know that women throughout this nation have been killed by these illegal aliens that were allowed in under the Biden-Harris administration. That's part of that 1%. Every single American that has died because of a drunk driver, because of abuse against women, because of gang warfare, because of drug dealing, slavery, child slavery, everyone who died, that was a death that was avoidable. Every single one. And the Democrats are telling you, no, keep that. Keep that criminality in our nation because they don't like Trump. They don't like Republicans. They don't like the Constitution. I'm sorry, that's a stupid trade-off to me, and I don't think that's worth it. I really don't. And if there's someone on the left that thinks that's a good trade-off, please explain to me why having cartels, slavers, drug dealers, gang members, terrorists, why it's good for us to keep them in America. Please explain that to me when it is avoidable and something that the American people have said don't do, and we have the laws in place to do it. Doesn't make any sense. Gracie says, so the air traffic controllers won't get paid while flights are being canceled due to weather. Yes, that's correct. That's what Chuck Schumer wants. That's what the Democrats and the progressive socialists want. It's insane. It makes no sense. Additional news while we were gone. Let me show you this. We already see this because Senator Angus King has come. He is a so-called independent, kind of like Bernie Sanders, which means communist, but they're going to vote with Democrats. They're going to vote with the Democrats. They're going to pass bills with the Democrats. They are in form and function Democrats. Democrats donate money to Angus King as an independent, and they also donate to Bernie Sanders. Republicans don't donate to them. Conservatives don't. Libertarians don't, because they're not independent. It's just another way of saying, well, this is a socialist Democrat. And since socialists can't get the money, they're going to go under the banner of Democrats to get your money and to give the Democrats more power. So Angus King says that he's not going to vote. If ICE, a legitimate legal department of our government, if they get funding, if the DHS gets funding, then he is going to vote to shut down the government. That's ridiculous. That's like saying, well, if the police if the state police, the local police, I don't like them. So if they wear blue uniforms, I'm going to shut down the entire state. That's ridiculous. Someone said that to you, you'd say that's dumb. That doesn't make any sense. That's ridiculous. But yet that's what the Democrats want you to have, because they want power. They don't care about your safety. They don't care about whether you live well or not. They want power. They want money, and they will manipulate you to get that. They will coerce you. They will punish you until they get what they want and you comply. Yeah. So that's insane to me. That is just insane to me. Again, if there's anyone on the left that says, Mike, you just don't understand, explain it. Because everything I've said, I can show you evidence of. And I do show you the evidence of it. They do not. All right. All right, folks, hang on a second. My dog, as I am being told, my dog is having a bad day, which I can understand. There is approximately 10 there's approximately 10 inches of snow outside, and my dog is 6 inches tall. There's about 4 more inches of snow than he is tall, and I had to dig out. I spent the entire time away from you guys during the break trying to dig a path for him in front of my apartment building so that he would have somewhere to be able to move around, go to the bathroom. That took up the entire time. But my puppy is trying right now. He wants to go outside. I'm going to try and get him out there. So while we do that, I'm going to try and pull. I need to take another break. I need to walk my dog in this 10 inches of snow. And that means that I am going to play. Bear with me. Some people may not have seen this. I was on Monday. I was on with Charles Guaria, guy. No, stop. Bear with me. So I'm going to play this for a little bit. I need to take my dog. Let's see. Joel says we got 6 to 8 inches near Albany. Looked like we'll get up to 24 before it's done. They're looking at 12 inches here in New York State, 10 to 12 inches. That's bigger than my 6-inch dog. So there is that. Gracie says illegal aliens have taken over South Jersey public schools. My cousin had to move her family to Tennessee to get her kids away from them. This is what Democrats want. They want you to have to lose the quality of your life and endanger your kids. Okay, I'm going to put this on with Charles. This is for my Monday show. I'm going to walk my dog. I will be right back as soon as I can. I apologize, but it's a difficult time right now.
So, Mike, I like, for folks who don't know, Michael does a show on Sundays and on Wednesdays called No Soundbites Allowed. And on Sunday show is a marathon where he'll do like on average 5 to 6 hours, right, Mike?
Well, that's a normal show. Marathon for me is 12 hours.
Okay.
But,
and
my normal show, Sunday, it's 9 years now that we've been doing it in a row.
Okay. Yeah. So that's, I listened to about 2.5 hours of the show last evening. I was coming back from Fort Lauderdale, which is south of the Daytona Beach area, and about 2.5 hours of the show. And I learned some news. You kind of hurt yourself. What happened, Mike?
Well, some people may have noticed I've had a cold, and last week it was kind of bad. And I was cooking at the time, and just something for a heads up for people. So I'm cooking, and I have a knife in my hand, and I'm going to cough. So I go to cover my mouth, and of course, I stuck my knife in my eye.
Oosh.
So that was painful. Very, very painful.
I'm glad you're laughing about it.
Well, yeah, it was fine. I didn't embed the knife in my eye. I'm not Gen Alpha. I just, really poked it and got it out, and it was fine. I just hurt like the dickens, and I couldn't really see well. I had a migraine for about a day and a half, and then it's fine.
Wow. What was the first reaction when you did it? What was the first thing that came into your head?
I cursed and dropped the knife.
Yeah. Did you think I might go blind?
No. But that's more so because I think of myself as basically impervious. So no, that never came into my mind. It was just, that was dumb. That hurt. I can't really see right this second. That's about it.
Holy smoke. So how about you, Joe? Any mishaps in the kitchen?
No, I don't cook anymore. I used to, but I do not cook anymore, and I'm kind of thankful for that now. It's another reason why I should not be cooking is, I would do something like that as well.
You're not Gen Alpha. You'll be fine.
All right. No, I'm on a ordering out fad right now, so yeah, been doing that. But yeah, nothing too exciting. Just looking forward to the Libertarian Party of Florida convention that's coming up in about a month. So just kind of prepping for that, and that's it. And hoping to get more candidates running. There's a chance that there might be 4 Libertarian candidates on the ballot in Daytona Beach.
Nice.
So yeah, there's a chance the governor, U.S. representative, state senate, and state house all have overlapping districts in Daytona Beach. So it's possible there might be 4 libertarians on the ballot in 2026 in Daytona.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, definitely keep us up, keep us in the loop on that.
Yeah, it's going to be a while. The qualifying is not till June for most of that, either April or June, depending on what the seat is. But yeah, hopefully it'll be here before we know it. So yeah, hopefully everyone qualifies. It's a high hurdle to qualify for those seats here in Florida. So yeah, I'm hoping they are able to do it and people get a choice for pro-liberty choice on the ballot.
All right, cool, very good. So I want to start out with a segment that we have here that I like to call the dumbest news take of the week. And the dumbest news take of the week this week goes to those who are thinking of threatening the world, thinking of World Cup fans who are threatening to boycott when the U.S. hosts the event this coming June and July over the ICE Renee Good killing. And there's an article in The Independent that a German politician is calling for possible boycotts of over Trump's Greenland threat. He noted that the close interest Trump has to the event, German politician Jürgen Hart suggested that Germany could consider boycotting the World Cup to pressure the White House in regards to its threats of annexation of Greenland. Such a play could be used as a last resort, he said, this politician from Germany, in order to get Trump to see sense. Said the politician, his name again is Hart, Jürgen Hart. So what do you guys think? Is this like crazy? Aren't you just kind of like harming yourself by not going to something that you would like because you don't like the political party that's in office within that country that's hosting the World Cup?
Yes.
Well, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of several things. I am a fan of the World Cup, and for quite a few years, I had never missed a World Cup in a row. Recently, I did. That means sometimes waking up at literally 4 a.m. so I can see the World Cup, or juggling my work schedule sometimes. I love the World Cup. My team is Argentina, by the way. I love Argentina. Germany is actually my number 2 team, believe it or not. And for Jürgen, you're an idiot, Jürgen. The World Cup's in the United States. The United States doesn't care about the World Cup. That could be a threat. If we were talking about Argentina or Brazil, if it was in Europe, that would actually be a realistic, kind of realistic threat. It's America. We don't care. And you'll only piss off fans around the globe if Germany doesn't actually go to the World Cup, because they are one of the top favored countries. They'll only hurt themselves. But a different variant on that is there's 8 countries out of the EU that put 30 troops into Greenland this weekend. And already Germany, by the way, Jürgen, your government ran away. They sent 13 troops, and then they took them back home before the end of the weekend. So yes. Germany has no backbone at this point. And what Europe is now trying to decide is, are they going to do what they call a trade bazooka? It's about $93 billion of trade embargo. That only hurts Europe. It'll hurt America a little bit for a little while. It'll destroy Europe. They're stupid. And that's all because they don't want America to have a deal with Greenland. That's stupid, because Europe can't develop the rare earth metals that are in Greenland. So it's a waste. America can, and we need it. We need it for our economy. We need it for the world economy. We need it for global defense. So they're only hurting themselves because they don't like Trump. And that is a stupid reason to decimate the next 3 decades of technology and growth in the world. That's my opinion.
Okay, Joe, and you said yes. You want to extrapolate on that?
Yeah, no, I largely agree with what Mike said. The people that are hurting the most are the German players and the German fans. Like, I don't think Trump cares at all, frankly, if they don't come here, and that probably bumps the United States team up a little bit if they don't have to deal with a better team. So he's probably happy about that, honestly. And I don't think Trump is going to change his mind based on that at all. I don't think he cares about Germany, playing there or not. It doesn't make any sense at all. You're hurting your own country by that, your own team by that. And bringing up Greenland in there, I'm wondering, does Greenland have their own World Cup team?
No.
Or are they attached with Denmark or something?
They're with Denmark because they got 56,000 people. That'd be like a third of their country if they actually had a team. No,
I don't know. I remember watching what was that movie? Cool Runnings. The
That's
Jamaica.
Jamaica. That's bobsleds in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Totally different thing.
All right. I don't know.
So let's take it back to the folks who are just thinking of boycotting. Now, this is not a country. This is just like, the 9-to-5er over somewhere in Europe or anywhere else in the world who's like, I didn't like what the Trump administration, ICE did, and in Minnesota, so I'm not going. Where's the logic in that? Is there any logic? I just tainted that question. Is there any logic in that, guys?
Are these German fans that are saying they're not traveling to the United States?
Global. I think you mean global, right?
It's globally, yeah. There are people. Yep, I was watching a report from India today, but I'm quite positive it's in other places as well. Yes.
No.
Okay, well, I mean, they're just hurting themselves. I mean, if they want to go there, it's a game, okay? If they want to go travel and enjoy a game, go do it. If you don't, then don't do it. And if you don't like the country that you're going to be in, okay, I guess that answers your question. Then don't go. Watch it from home on TV. That's fine. But thinking the president of the United States, Trump, cares, he doesn't care at all. He doesn't care at all, not even a little bit about those people protesting or not protesting, boycotting.
So for everyone in the world except France, if you are French, stay home. Don't come. I'm happy about that. Screw you guys. As for everyone else in the world, it's pretty laughable to have a position that says because the internal situation in the United States, law enforcement is enforcing lawful, legal laws. They're legally doing their job, and some foreigner in a foreign country doesn't like it. You can't, your countries are not nearly as free, nor as stable, nor as welcoming and open as the United States. Shut up. You have no idea. Don't even talk about American politics. Let's be honest here. They have, especially, let's look at the EU as an example. You let in how many millions of people and completely destroyed? You have how many no-go zones in your country? Each and every one of the European countries, except for Poland, because they were smart and said, no, you can't come in. And you want to tell America, no, you've got to let them in. You've got to break the law of your own country to let in these refugees that have destroyed sections of every other country that has done this. No, I'm sorry. You have a horrible set of a standard, and shut up. I don't care what you think.
Well, to be clear, in this case, it's not who they're letting in and not letting in. It's about the ICE Renee Good killing in Minnesota.
Have you seen the way they enforce laws in most of the countries around the world, including the first world nations like Germany, France, United Kingdom? Have you seen how they? My statement stands. They are nowhere near our standard in terms of passivity, in terms of lawfulness, in terms of virtually any aspect. They have nothing to stand holier than thou on. They are worse, empirically, absolutely worse. So shut up, don't come. It's okay if you come. And by the way, you're wrong, Joe. It's not just a sport game. It's the World Cup. In the United States, that may not mean as much. For every other country in the world, literally, it is the big deal. The Ivory Coast declared peace. There was a 10-year civil war, and because the Ivory Coast team made it to the World Cup, they got out. They were kicked out in the second round, but they made it in, and they declared peace. Both sides, both factions, who have been killing each other for 10 years, just so they could watch their team in the World Cup. It is the biggest deal in the world. It's not just a game.
But on this show, nothing is bigger than the World Series. Because I hope, so I get to say, you don't care about either.
Not really. I mean, I used to be a huge NASCAR fan. Like I watched every race of NASCAR for I think like 11 or 12 or 13 years, maybe. Every race, every weekend, I was glued to TV. My whole day was dedicated to watching NASCAR, and I would watch the other tiered races also. And then I just stopped, and I just, like that, I didn't care anymore. It was very strange, but it's like, that's what it was. And I did enjoy watching the World Cup when they were here in the 90s, I think. Like, I think it was like 92 or 96. They had it in, I think, Atlanta. And I really got into it then. I really enjoyed watching it. And then like, I knew every player's name and everything. I couldn't name a single World Cup player right now.
You mean
that
the
happened.
U.S. players or the world players?
Not me, none, neither. Well, I only follow one sport. For me, I only follow one sport, and that's baseball. I don't even follow football anymore, Joe. I went down your path with football. I was a huge Jets fan. Torture. I used to tell my dad that the two greatest things he ever did is make me a Cardinal fan in baseball, and the greatest thing he ever did is make me a Cardinal fan in baseball, and the worst thing was a Jet fan in football. I used to tell him that all the time. Because they're like two opposite ends of the spectrum for folks that don't follow. Cardinals, one of the greatest franchises in the history of American sports. The Jets are one of the worst franchises in the history of American sports.
And Jets is true. Yes, true for the Jets. And the Yankees are the best. Period. Full stop.
Yankees are the best in the American League for sure, and they are the best in baseball.
In baseball, they are the best.
In baseball. Are the best in the National League, but the Dodgers are getting close, unfortunately. However, that's for tomorrow night's show, Mike, and you could chime in tomorrow evening on the baseball show if you like, and you too, Joe. So Joe, I think Mike, you asked Joe if it's the World Cup. So it's the World Cup you don't like, and like you don't know the names of the players anymore or anything like that.
Me, yeah, I couldn't name a single player at all of the World Cup team. Yeah, or any baseball team either, by the way. I know Javier Baez, and I only know him because he played in Daytona, like where I live, where we live. He played for the Tortugas, and I actually got one of his I don't know if it was him or another player, but they hit a foul ball, and I got the ball. And I had him after the game, he signed it for me. So, and I know he hit a home run in the World Series a few years later.
Yes.
So like, I got his autograph. Like I watched him play in Daytona, the minor league. So that was pretty cool. But other than that, I don't know who any of the other players are. And even the Jaguars, this year I had a superstition. I grew up in Jacksonville, right? So I was a big Jaguar fan. And this year I normally either listen to them on radio or I watch them on TV. If I can watch them on TV, my backup is the radio. But they were having a horrible start to the season. I think they were like 1-4 or something. I was like, okay, here we go again. And then so I didn't watch like the 5th game or something, and then they won. And I watched the next one, they lost. And then I was like, okay, I'm not going to watch it anymore. I'm done. They always make me feel bad, whatever. It ruins my whole day. And then they just went on a winning streak. They won like 7 in a row. They went to the playoffs, and I was like, I purposely did not watch them or listen to them at all because they were doing well. And then the last game they lost was in the playoffs, and I was like, oh well. And it was a heartbreaker. They lost by I think 1 point or something, 1 or 3 points.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. Anyway, that's a little superstition. I didn't get to enjoy them like one of their 1 out of 5 winning season years, and I didn't get to enjoy it because I was superstitious. So that sucked.
Well, there's always next year.
Yeah.
But you can enjoy an air fryer, and Ruben Colon suggests that you get one. So you're not eating out so much.
I actually do have an air fryer. I got it as I think it was a Christmas present. It was either a Christmas present or a birthday present to myself. And I burned myself to, speaking of Mike, pumping his eye out, I burned myself on the air fryer. And it's not a small one. I mean, it's not a big one, but it's not a small one. And my hands are, I guess, too big. And I hit the sides, and it's like operation, I got buzzed. And it was not fun. But I do enjoy my air fryer. Like whenever I have, it cooks chicken really well and relatively fast in the oven. It toasts pretty good too, but it takes forever to toast.
All right. Well, Mike has chimed in. Mike from No Soundbites Allowed chimes in. He says, I've never actually used an air fryer before. I should buy one, and I suggest that you should, Mr. Vasquez. And Joe, you already have one, but if you're ever in need of another one, we have an air fryer from Green Pan, and it is fantastic. And I happen to use the air fryer quite a bit. See, now, folks who are just tuning in said, I thought this was a news show. What are they doing talking about food for? Well, Mike had an accident. Was that?
I don't even know how he got here, but okay.
Mike had an accident in the kitchen, and you'll have to go back and listen to the beginning. and but he's fine, as you can see. He's here this evening, and we started talking about food. And Ruben Colon, who Ruben, I do owe you a phone. I do owe you a phone call, or reach out to you on social media, and I will do that soon. I want to get you booked on the show, and he suggests an air fryer, so that's how we got here. So I would say Green Pan is a fantastic one, and they are not a sponsor yet. They can be if they want to be. And I use it quite often for my toast, and it does take time, but in the end, it's a good result. And also for vegetables and stuff like that. Air fryers are fantastic. So yes, get them. Audrey checks in 2025.
Completely wrong, false stats. It sounds like a bot. Honestly,
Yeah,
it sounds like a bot because, first of all, there were 1.5 million fewer jobs under the Biden-Harris administration. That was not reported while Joe Biden was in. That's from 2023 and 2024. So they lied to us again, and we found out the truth in 2025. So all of the stats that this Audrey is putting out there, or the bot that likely is Audrey, is lying to the public. There's several other problems with the numbers that they're trying to quote, especially when you start thinking about people recovering jobs or going back to their jobs in 2021, which is not a job being created. But yet, for many, many years, and to this day, Democrats still continue to say, well, those were new jobs created. No, they weren't. It was what people went back to work. That's not a job created. So this is a bot kind of statement. It's absolutely false. There's no credibility to it.
Yeah, definitely out of left field too, which makes you think that it would be a bot, because it had nothing to do with cooking or air fryers or even Greenland for that matter. So, definitely.
Cooking and sports is what we're talking about today. She's talking about politics. I mean,
come on. What the heck? Where was that coming from? That was completely out of left field. Alrighty, so I did want to bring this up because it is big news, particularly to Mike and to Joe. And I know Mike is aware of this, but look at this, the New York governor's race. The Larry Sharpe is at 8% in the polls, and that is a fantastic number, just getting started in the campaign for governor's race. And that race, Mike, is not this fall, but next fall, right? So 2027?
No, it's 26. It's this year.
Oh, it's this year. Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All righty. So he's doing great. And any thoughts on this from either one of you? Joe, you can go first since you are the Libertarian, and we're talking about the Libertarian candidate, Larry Sharpe.
Yes, Larry Sharpe is the Libertarian candidate for New York governor. He's run before. He's a very active candidate. He does something called the Full Sharpe, where he goes to every county in New York every year. I believe he's done that 8 years. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong.
He's in the middle days here.
Yeah, and I think that's awesome. I think that's what a governor candidate should do. He talks in like small pubs and local groups and whatnot, and those are the people. Those are regular people. He's not going to these whatever these like special interest group fundraisers or whatever. He probably should help with campaign funds, but he makes a point to talk to regular voters, and so he's just a regular guy. He cares about regular people. He doesn't care about like wanting to build a bureaucracy. So he's definitely showing that in the way he campaigns. Him getting 8% in what will probably be a three-way race. It'll be Hochul is a Democrat. Who knows who the Republican will be? I think there's a chance it might be Larry Sharpe, actually. Probably not, but there's a chance. And then Larry Sharpe will likely be the only quote-unquote third-party candidate on there. So I'm not surprised he's at 8%. I think he has a chance to get a pretty decent percentage out of it. Obviously, I care because the governor candidate has to get, I believe, 2% or better to qualify for ballot access for the party up there. So I'm a party guy. I'm in the Libertarian Party. So that's a big deal for me. So I hope he does well, not only for that reason. I hope he wins, frankly, because I think he could make a lot of.
All right. Sorry, folks. Okay, I'm back. Excuse me. So I apologize. When there's 10 inches of snow and your dog stands 6 inches tall, and everywhere that he can go to the bathroom has a bunch of salt on it, very difficult to help him get his walk. Very difficult right now. So I apologize, but I appreciate and thank you for being patient with me as I try and take care of my 14, almost 15-year-old dog. In February, my dog Khan will be 15 years old. So a little tricky trying to take care of him. Okay, let's try and go back. So I had left off. So I talked about Angus King. I had talked about the coercion being used by Democrats against the public. And I think it's very wrong. But I wanted to go back to the main topics today. Now, we got to remember that right now, we know that Tim Walz has activated the National Guard. And I have a question of why. What is the National Guard going to do? And this is where, again, the second Civil War is a possibility. We know that President Trump has activated the Alaskan National Guard. He has federalized them, 1,500 troops. He has prepared them to go to Minnesota. But their goal, the Alaskan National Guard, their job is to support and protect ICE, which if the local police in Minnesota have been working, if the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, if the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, had been working with ICE, there would have been police to protect those law enforcement agents, the Border Patrol and ICE agents. And what happened to Alex Pretty would not have happened. The police would have been able to stop or intervene or to get Petty out of the way of the Border Patrol agents, the ICE agents, and allowed those agents to do their job. Instead, Jacob Frey, Tim Walz have allowed these violent criminals calling themselves protesters to interfere with law enforcement, to get into conflicts directly with federal law enforcement. And that has resulted so far in the death of Renee Nicole Good and now Alex Pretty. And I have no doubt there will be even more of these events because the left they want the conflict. They want to assault these law enforcement officers and the leadership of the left, whether it be in BLM or it be in Antifa or it's the Democratic Party or the DSA. They want their people on the ground, these supposed protesters, to be injured and die. They want that because they then get to try and spin this as, well, this is authoritarianism of the Trump administration. President Trump is just an authoritarian. He's going into our neighbors, taking our neighbors. They're not your neighbors. They're criminals. They are criminals in our society, and we have no obligation to them. They are parasites, literally parasites on our system. Whether you like that parasite or not is separate of what the law has defined. They are parasites. They are not supposed to be here. And so the left wants them to be in conflict. They want American citizens to be in these conflicts and confrontations with the supposed protesters, and they want them dead. They want them to be injured because it helps them to say, vote for a Democrat in 2026. You heard that from Amy Klobuchar. Vote for Democrats because Democrats they'll fight Orange Man bad. He'll fight the laws that Democrats created, that Democrats voted for, that Democrats have used for years, if not decades, that Trump is using as well. This is about politics. This is about the midterm elections. It's about the governor's races across this nation. That's what this is actually about. And we have to ask, what is going to happen when the federalized Alaskan National Guard go into Minnesota, go into Minneapolis, and they are confronted by the police who are under the orders of Mayor Jacob Frey and the National Guard, Minnesota National Guard, who are under the orders of Tim Walz. And when those two groups come face to face, what is going to happen? This is the potential of a civil war. This is a national problem. When these two groups conflict, who is the one who's in charge? Who is the one who is in the right? The federal government, with the laws passed by Congress, passed, written, and voted on by Democrats, are they the ultimate authority? Or is it going to be the state with the state National Guard and a governor? Which one has the ultimate authority? And remember, in Minnesota, they're following the political ideology of Tim Walz. They're not supporting the law. Both in Minnesota and in the federal government, illegal aliens are still illegal. They still need to be deported. They are not following Minnesota law. They're not following national law. They're following the feelings of Tim Walz and the Democratic Party. So are the Minnesota National Guard, are the police of Minneapolis, are they going to support the feelings of the Democrats and progressives, or are they going to follow the law as written by Congress, as executed and enforced by the Trump administration? Because if they're following the Democratic Party, if they're following Tim Walz, then we're going to have a civil war. That's going to happen. All right, let me move forward. And by the way, when I say this, I want to remind you that we know the National Guard, the Alaskan National Guard, were activated, and as of January 22nd, they were in preparations to go to Minnesota. This week, we are going to see that conflict come to a head. And that will happen before January 30th, because on January 30th, the Democrats, as we've heard from Chuck Schumer, as we've heard from Augustus King, as we've heard from Amy Klobuchar, they're going to shut down the government. They're going to take away your food stamps. The Democrats will take away your food stamps. The Democrats will take away your health care. They will take away your federal aid until you vote Democrat. They are going to punish you. And before they do that and blame it all on Orange Man Bad, before they blame it on MAGA, they're going to have a conflict in Minnesota between the two National Guard groups. Think about how bad this is. The left has been demonizing the law enforcement of every single type. We saw in Corpus Christi, 3 police officers were in a shootout with a murder suspect. Was that murder suspect an individual who is alleged to have killed another American citizen? Was he emboldened because he thought that the police would not enforce the law? That because of what we see in Minnesota and what we see in California and in Oregon, Washington State, in Illinois, in New York State, in Massachusetts, because the laws do not apply in those states, well, why would it apply in Texas? And was that criminal emboldened to think, well, the police won't enforce the law because they don't enforce the law in all these other states? That's a very important question to ask, because I think that's happening everywhere else. And every one of the law enforcement, whether it's a member of ICE, whether it's a member of the Border Patrol, whether it's your local police officer, they're all seeing that there is more and more brazen violence being put against law enforcement for doing their job, which is why in state after state after state, there are fewer police officers. There are few people who are becoming police officers, who are going into the law enforcement, because they don't know if they're going to die because some progressive doesn't like the law that they're enforcing. That's a problem for the nation. And again, what does that lead us with? Lawlessness, cartels, gangs, and a civil war. But no one's mentioning it in those terms. They don't talk about it like that. CNN isn't going to tell you that. NBC isn't going to tell you that because they have an agenda. Here's NBC. Immigration officer injured during targeted operation in Los Angeles. This is my point. Immigration officers. This story covered by NBC was from January 21st, 4 days ago. And you probably didn't hear a lot about it because everyone's talking about Minnesota. But this is the carry-on effect. This is the consequence of what we're seeing in Minnesota. In LA, they are the same progressive leftists are now trying to attack immigration officers. Why? They're following the law. And remember, the left is protecting criminals. They're protecting criminal gangs and cartels. They're protecting sex slavers. They're protecting child slavers. They're protecting drug dealers. At the end of the day, that's who they are protecting, criminals, because they have a feeling, because they feel like that's unfair. And those feelings are leading to people dying, but it also means that we are having more of these conflicts. When I say that this is a national issue, that this could lead to a second civil war because of what's happening in Minnesota, I point to things like this in California, and I can go over and point to the same thing in Washington, Oregon, Illinois, New York, Massachusetts, Maryland. We can point to these state after state after state. Bluer the state, the more likely I can find you these stories where the left are breaking the law. They're attacking immigration. They're putting themselves into these conflicts because they believe that as long as they are on the right side of what they believe is the right side of history, they don't mind being on the wrong side of a grave. And that leads to civil war. That leads to civil war. Let me back up a little bit. We were talking about Monday, I was talking about Greenland. And we have heard consistently from the left that Trump is an authoritarian, that he's trying to be, he's a conqueror, that he's about to try and do colonization. And they didn't care that for America to maintain the same quality of life as we have right now, to be able to still be the leading nation in the world, to avoid becoming a third world nation because of the inflation, that America has to have the rare earth metals. We have to develop AI. We have to develop the national defense. And we also need those rare earth metals for the green movement, for renewable energy and electric vehicles, their batteries. We have to have this. It is an absolute requirement. But the left doesn't care. And they told you that Donald Trump was going to go into Greenland like he went into Venezuela, like he did with Iran. He's going to be violent. He's going to destroy the people. He's going to start World War III with NATO. That's what you were told for the last year. Not the last month, for the last year. Donald Trump has said, and the Trump administration have said for a year, that number one, we want a deal. We want a deal for the rare earth metals. If that deal included buying Greenland, we were willing to buy it. If that deal meant that it would have to become a territory of the United States, then we were willing to do that. And if we could not get any of those three different options, then what's also on the table is the United States going in with force to take Greenland. Now, anyone of a reasonable mind would say, Donald Trump is putting everything on the table so that there is more of a likelihood to get the deal. The original deal, which is that the United States has access to the rare earth metals. That's the goal, not to make Greenland part of the United States, not any other deal. We want the rare earth metals. If we get more, fantastic. But what we want are the rare earth metals, which is good for Greenland. It's good for Denmark. It's good for the world. Everyone benefits, but we have to have it. Otherwise, America won't exist with the same quality of life and the same freedom in the same way in 30 years. This is a long-term objective. And we actually have a leader who is thinking ahead, not to the next election. We already saw how that works out under the Biden administration. Joe Biden was only planning to the next election. He was always looking at, how can I get Democrats to win the next election? He didn't consider the consequences of what he did. He didn't think about how 8 million illegal aliens would affect the infrastructure in New York or Chicago or LA. He didn't care about that. He didn't care about the debt that was being created under his policies, or the 17.5% inflation that he inflicted on this nation. He didn't care about that. He wanted the next election. And as long as he could get people to vote Democrat in the next election, he didn't care what the consequence was. That's it. So we've seen that short-term thinking in the media, propping it up and saying, don't worry, you won't remember this in 3 months. Right now, just think that it's good. As long as you feel like it's good, just as long as you feel like it's a good thing, then you'll be fine. And in 3 months, you'll forget and you won't understand the consequences, and we'll blame them on Republicans. We'll blame all the consequences that are negative on the MAGA, because you won't remember. Well, I do remember. That's my job. I remember all of these things and I bring them up to you. And there is a massive difference for doing whatever it takes to get your party to win the next election, as opposed to doing what America needs for the next 30 years. It's like with the tariffs. Tariffs aren't about what happens next year. Tariffs are about what's going to happen to the American economy in 5 to 10 years. In fact, what we are seeing with the tariffs that Donald Trump has been putting in place since April of 2025 is reversing what Obama did to America. Remember, Obama said America is no longer a manufacturing country. America is a service economy. Well, that service economy failed the American people. Under Obama and under Biden, that failed. And trying to bring back manufacturing and self-sufficiency in America under the Trump administration is a long-term goal, and it is good for America. It reduces inflation. It creates more jobs. It makes more goods available for the American people to have at a reasonable price, and makes us less dependent on places like China, who hate America, who are antithetical to America and freedom and our rights and the Constitution. So that's the difference we are seeing. And what happened with Greenland? Donald Trump on Monday went over to Davos in Switzerland. He embarrassed and insulted much of Europe. Europe, who believe that this is the 1800s. If you ask Macron and France and England, how much power they have, they think this is the 1800s. They think they control most of the world. They think they're the leaders that everyone's paying attention to. Hello, wake up call. That's not true. And it hasn't been true for about 100 years, since America in World War I saved Europe from the Germans. And then we did it again in World War II. They have not been the superpowers that they were in the 1800s. America is. And that's why we're the superpower of the world. And the EU, mostly France, hate this idea. They hate to think that they're not the most important person in the room. Like many progressives, like many socialists, they hate the idea that they're not the most important and most intelligent person in the room. They have a feeling, and you should have their feeling too. And they feel Donald Trump is bad. Why? Because Donald Trump embarrasses them. Donald Trump reminds them they aren't the most important country in the world. They aren't the most powerful country in the world. They're not the most influential country in the world. They're not the richest country in the world. All of those things are the United States. None of those things are Europe, in particular, France. None of them are that. Same thing for the United Kingdom. They may be our greatest ally. They're the country most closely aligned to America in terms of ideology and lifestyle, language, everything. And yet they aren't in the 1800s either. England is not the most powerful country in the world. They don't have an empire anymore. They aren't as influential as they think they are. They're not as rich as they think they are. They don't have as high a quality of life as they would like to have. America has all of those things. And sometimes you have to say that. You have to remind these people of these things. And he did that in Davos. And as a result of reminding and doing so with the tariffs, with the threat of tariffs, every one of the EU nations backed down, and Denmark started the negotiations so that at the end of the day, the United States will get those rare earth metals that we absolutely must have. It is not a question. This isn't about world building. It's not about colonization. Trust me, no one wants to colonize Greenland. No one. There's 56,000 people on that rock. And guess what? No one's moving there. No one is going, I need to live in Greenland. I need to take my family, all my net worth, and go to Greenland and live there. No one's doing it for a very good reason. No one would want to be there. It's a horrible place. The people may be fantastic. I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the land. It is a cold, frozen rock. And if it weren't for the fact that it has 25 of the 34 essential rare earth metals necessary for any country to have AI and national defense and renewable energy, if it weren't for that, we wouldn't care about it. Denmark tried to sell us Greenland in 1916, and we said no, because it's a rock and it's not useful for anything. Today, we now know it has a use. That's the mining rights. And it's not like we can even say, hey, Denmark, why don't you just develop the mining? And we'll make a deal to buy the rare earth metals from you. You can't. There's 100 people mining rare earth metals in Greenland. They have a population of 56,000. They have 100 people whose job is to mine. And Denmark can't afford and don't have the technology to do more. But Denmark is very much aligned with France. And France and Denmark are very much progressive. And they have a feeling. They don't like Donald Trump. They don't care about the future. They want to feel powerful. They want to feel important. And they don't want to help Donald Trump because they don't like him. Well, wake up call. This is international politics. It doesn't matter how you feel. Your feelings are unimportant. Your feelings don't change policy around the world, nor does it make the future. And they were reminded of that in Davos. And now the United States is making the deal that we've been trying to make for an entire year. And the first 11 months of that deal were all about, we're just being nice. We're just trying to have negotiations. And France and Denmark over and over again said, no, we're not even going to talk. We're not going to talk. We're not going to talk. Well, Donald Trump forced them to talk. He forced them to the table to have the conversation because they weren't going to have the conversation any other way. Do I think that was bad? I think it's great. When you think about the future and you think of the weight of what is involved, when you think about what is efficient and effective, we tried the good guy, buddy, let's just have a conversation, name your price. That didn't work. We tried everything to get them to the negotiation table. It didn't work. You know what did work? When the news media said, when Donald Trump went to Venezuela to save the Venezuelan people, 8 million Venezuelans around the world said thank you. The Nobel Prize winner of 2025 voluntarily gave Donald Trump the Nobel Peace Prize after going to the Nobel Committee and saying, can I share it with him? Because Venezuela wouldn't have the potential to be free if it weren't for Donald Trump and America. That's a fact. 8 million Venezuelans around the world listen to the rest of the world say, oh my God, Donald Trump is such a bad guy. And they said uniformly, thank you, President Trump. Thank you, America, for giving us their country back. Which one do you think is more correct? France saying Donald Trump's a bad guy. Look what he did in Venezuela. Looking at Keir Starmer saying, oh my God, look at America, they're such bad guys. Or the 8 million Venezuelans who had to flee their nation to survive saying, thank you, Mr. President, you gave us our country back. Which one is more important? Well, according to the left, it's all the progressives. Think about it. It's just like here in the United States. The Democrats, the progressives, they're saying, put the dictator back in charge. Put the criminals back on our streets. They don't care about the fact that these criminals were going after you. They were taking away your money, your food. They were going after your family. They don't care that Maduro was killing his own people. They didn't care about that. They don't like Trump, so it's okay. Put the dictator back in charge. Oh, we've got MS-13. They're shooting up your cities and your streets. Put them back. Don't deport them. Put them back in LA. Put them back in Chicago, back in New York. Oh, are they scamming our country out of billions of your tax dollars? Give them more money. This is what the left is saying to you. The news media doesn't want you to think about it that way. They don't want you to think about the consequences of what the left wants. I do want you to think about it. You may not like it, and you shouldn't like it, but I want you to think about it because I'm not wrong. The evidence we have been showing you for years, literally for decades now, 2 decades, I have been talking about these problems, and you have seen over and over again, Democrats want power. They will do whatever it takes to get the power. They don't care about the consequence of them getting power as long as they have the power and the money. They don't care. And it's true now, and it's true in Minnesota right this moment, and in California right this moment. It's true about the rare earth metals. It's true about the oil and the resources in Venezuela. You may not like these things, but they are essential to America and the world. Because if America isn't the cop of the world, if America isn't the big dad standing over everyone saying, behave, you get what we had under Biden. More conflict in the world, more violence in the world, more innocent people dying in the world. That's what you get. And we saw that direct contrast instantly. As soon as Donald Trump was out and Joe Biden was in, conflict increased all across the world. The moment that Trump came back into office, we've seen a marked reduction. We have seen 8 wars around the world stop. There is a big difference. You may not like that. You may not like the Joe Biden and Democratic policies and the liberal ideology do not work at bringing peace to the world. It's great for giving power to the elites in the Democratic Party, but they do not make the world safer or better for anyone. You may not like that. That is the truth. So I'm loving that Donald Trump has a framework that the Greenland deal is done, that we are going to have a future, because we wouldn't have this future under Tim Walz. We wouldn't have this future under Kamala Harris. We wouldn't have this future if we bowed down to the progressives and the socialists in Europe, in England, and in the United States as well. We would not have a future. in 30 years, your kids would not be part of the United States. You'd be part of some other country that would be ruling the United States instead. Why? Because we wouldn't have the AI, the national defense, the energy, the electric batteries to be able to continue to have America as it is right now. That's just a fact. Now, I want to show you, and by the way, let me show you what ABC had to say about this. So this is ABC's version of this. And of course, it's Stephanopoulos, the Clinton ally. And here he goes. And I looked at this section in particular. And I quoted, the time limit is infinite. This is Donald Trump speaking. The time limit is infinity, meaning there is no time, there is no limit. It's forever. You know, you're about 99 years, 50 years. He's talking about the deals we've seen, like for the Panama Canal or for Hong Kong. We've seen countries that have 50-year leases, 99-year leases. Instead, he's looking at forever. Donald Trump wants America to have access to the mines, to the rare earth metals forever. There is no time limit. So we don't have to worry about, did we get it all now? What are we going to do in the future when the rare earth metals are even more important to national defense, to our technology, to our lifestyle, before it becomes even more important and we're more dependent on it, that we have a forever deal so we never have to worry about bowing down to China because they have 70% of the market, because they have the largest deposit of rare earth metals. And if we don't bow down to China and the Communist Party, well, then our lives are the same as a third world nation, because that is the future. Those are the true options that we have. We either bow down to China in 30 years, or we live like the worst of third world nations. That's the choice. Unless we have access ourselves. Donald Trump goes on to say, we can do anything we want. We can do military. We can do anything we want, and it's being negotiated. And let's see what happens. I think it'll be good. I agree with Donald Trump on the long-term aspect, not short-term. Because it's not about, and I know the media likes you to think about this any way other than the rare earth metals. They don't want to talk about that. Because if you sit back and drop your emotions, drop your political ideology, and you just think about resources and the need of those resources, what they're applied to, you will agree America must have the rare earth metals. But that's an easy thing for people to understand. It's much harder and it's much easier to turn people against Donald Trump if you make it about, well, it's about colonization. It's about being a dictator. This is about controlling the world. Donald Trump hasn't said any of those things. And yes, they say, well, it's about defending the United States. That is an aspect. That's a bonus. Having greater control over the Arctic Circle, being able to protect America and Europe from attacks from China and Russia over the Arctic Circle, which is a current continuous threat. Yeah, that is a good thing. That is a benefit for Canada, for England, for Sweden, for the European Union. They get a bonus. We get the rare earth metals, they get safety. All at the same time. That's a good thing for everyone. But they want you to argue that and say, no, it's authoritarian. It's colonization. Why? Because that's a negative, and that's more of a feeling than a fact. And there's no way to rationalize that. You can have that feeling, and you can be angry about that. Of course, it means your future is going to be destroyed. In 30 years, our children or their grandchildren will be crying under the heel of some other nation, praying that they had half of the freedoms that their grandparents had. That's the choice. That's the trade-off. But ABC News doesn't want you to think about that. They want you to think, well, Donald Trump's just a bad guy. MAGA's just a bad guy. He's not thinking about the future. Next week, I don't know how many times I have heard people in the last 2-3 months have been telling me, but Mike, that's not going to put food on my table. That's not going to help me pay my bills this week. That's a short-term view. I don't care. I know it sounds mean. I'm looking at America, a country, not an individual, and I'm thinking about, will America exist in 10, 20, 30 years? And all the people who are complaining are like, yes, but tomorrow I will be uncomfortable. Most of the people, we're not talking about they're going to drop dead. That's not the truth. Most people might be hungry, maybe. And we have a huge slew of programs and organizations to help people get food, and if you're hungry, to feed you. Could that be improved? Absolutely. But we have the infrastructure for that. In America, you're not starving to death. If you're in Africa, you're starving to death. If you're in South America, Central America, most of the third world nations, you have a good chance of starving to death. If you're in Mozambique, you could starve to death. In some of the second world nations around the world, you might starve to death. In America, you're not going to starve to death. That is highly irregular, very, very rare. You can be hungry, you might be homeless, but you won't starve to death. Big difference. Big difference. And people are complaining about, but I'll be hungry. I won't live in the house I want to live in. I won't have the luxuries that I want to have. I won't have a big screen TV. You don't need one. I won't have the latest iPhone. You don't need it. I won't have all 24-hour-a-day internet access. You don't need it. But guess what? In 20 years, will you need freedom? Freedom of speech, freedom to defend yourself, the right to privacy. Will you need those things? Well, if you don't have the rare earth metals, if you don't have the defenses protecting the Arctic Circle, you don't have any of that in 20 years. Which one's more important? How you feel tomorrow, or whether you're going to be able to live with any kind of freedom in 20 years? That's the argument. The left doesn't want you to think about that. You may disagree with me on the outcome, but that's the discussion we need to have. You may say, Mike, but no, there are other ways that we can guarantee the freedom of America, the quality of life of America, the capabilities for our kids and our grandkids in 20, 30 years. There may be another way to do it. Now we can have that discussion, but at least we're talking about the same thing. The left, Democrats, aren't talking about the same thing because they want power. It's not to help you. It's not because they have a better plan for the future. Ask any Democrat in this nation. Ask Amy Klobuchar. Ask Chuck Schumer. What's their plan for the next 20 years? Ask them, how will we guarantee America will be able to be self-sufficient, that America will be able to defend itself, that we'll have the resources and the capability to build the green energy, to build the batteries that they want to have. They don't have a plan. They'll figure it out as they go. Well, we're a service economy. We'll just trade people's service. We'll work for people. We'll be the waiters and the baristas over at Starbucks, and they'll give it to us. That's not how the world works. That's not international politics. It may be a feeling, maybe a hope, but that's not how the world works. Let me go on. I'm going to answer the question. I see the comments. I'm going to get to them. I will get to them. I have not forgotten them. Matter of fact, you know what? Before I get to Don Lemon, let me go and take a look at some of the comments that are out there, because I've been talking for a little while. Let's see. Gracie says that Biden was not concerned about the United States, just the Democratic National Committee. That's true. That's a fact. Look at his legislation. I don't care if you could be a Democrat. You could like Kamala Harris. You could like Joe Biden. I don't know why you would, but look at their policies. Look at the statements they were making and what they were doing, and you will see they were worried about the next election, not the future of America. Over and over again. You can like them, you can maybe even agree, but you can't tell me that they had a long-term plan. They did not have that. So I agree with you, Gracie. Let's see. We've got a comment here from Dow. Dow says, bringing back the economy means we as the people have to get Congress in line in order to even benefit before we culturally destroy ourselves. I agree. And that's very much what I've been saying. That's very much what I've been saying. And that's about Venezuela. That's about Greenland. It's about what's happening in America right now. It is the question of the future versus tomorrow. And you can struggle tomorrow and you will have a future, or you can lose the future, but you'll feel great tomorrow. I'm sorry. That's a trade-off I don't think we should be making as a nation. So I agree with you, Dal. Thank you for the comment there. Shelley, excuse me, I jumped too far ahead. Dow says, any limit on access would also mean any tactical infrastructure built for U.S. security concerns would be commandeered by anyone that takes over after the 99-year lease. He's right. If we make a 50-year lease, a 99-year lease, maybe it's a badly written lease. There are loopholes in every contract. It's just a matter of how good are you at finding the loopholes to get what you want. And there are many dictators around the world, they don't care. Think about it. In Venezuela, again, going back to Venezuela as a great example, Exxon and Chevron, U.S. oil companies had contracts with the government of Venezuela. And they were there to develop oil along with the Venezuelan people. And Venezuela got a cut of the money from the revenues of the oil that was being brought, the oil being derived from Venezuela. Fantastic. And then Hugo Chavez came in with socialism, and he socialized all businesses. In other words, he as the leader, the state, the dictator of Venezuela, took all the businesses. Chevron and Exxon and the other oil companies, they lost everything. 100% of everything they had invested, they lost because the dictators took it over. And there was we couldn't do anything about it. And at the time, excuse me, we had President Obama as the president. He let it happen. He let these businesses, he let the contracts be burned and thrown out the window because it was a contract and we couldn't do anything about it. But if we own the land, well, then you can't just throw away the contract. We own the land. We own it. We have the right forever to be there and to defend it. So if you say, well, a dictator takes over Europe, like Emmanuel Macron or China, and they take over that region and they say, oh, no, we have the rights to it. We're going to take that land. We get to say no. Not only do we have the contract, we have the resources and the personnel and the weapons to defend it and say, no, you can't take it from us. It is essential for our life and livelihood. No one likes to think of it that way. That is a way it needs to be looked at. See, Dow goes on to say, just look at all the infrastructure inherited by the CCP, Chinese Communist Party, after they took over Hong Kong. True. Also, another great example. I use Venezuela, but you can use Hong Kong as well. It's a great example of the socialists taking over the infrastructure and everything that was built by industrialists. Now, the difference there is Hong Kong had a 99-year contract. So at the end of the contract, Chinese just said, no, we're not going to give you back Hong Kong. We're not going to extend the contract. It's going to be, we're going to take everything that England put in, all of the infrastructure, the people, the buildings, everything they made that made Hong Kong stand out around the world as one of the major cities and major powers in the world. China took it all over, and now you don't hear about Hong Kong anymore. No one talks about the exceptionalism of Hong Kong. No one tells you about how wonderful Hong Kong is anymore because the socialists took it over and they ruined it. It's no longer a great city in the world. It's just another city in the world because the communists ruined it. But thank you for bringing that up, Dow. Shelley has a couple of comments here. And Shelley says, this administration hasn't defined the administration as much as it shows that previous administrations will use us to hurt Trump. Otherwise, Obama and Trump would talk solutions. It's the different ideologies. Democrats you have to obey and comply with Democrats. With Donald Trump, you can make a deal. You don't have to agree with him. He doesn't care if you like him or not. Are you going to make a deal? Can we work together? Isn't that the definition of compromise? Whether or not you like me, let's make a deal because we need to work together. It's not about like. The Democrats, if you listen to Democrats, progressives, they're constantly talking about feelings, how they feel. No one cares. At the end of the day, no one cares. Your freedom isn't about someone else's feeling. If it is, you live in a dictatorship. If you're worried about the feelings of your dictator, of the leader of your country, and you're worried about their feelings, then you live in a dictatorship. Let me see here. Let's go on. Shelley goes on to say, remember when local, state, and federal law enforcement worked together? They did. Until Democrats felt like they weren't getting enough power. Until Democrats and socialists said, hey, we want more power. Then they stopped working together. Was that a benefit to anyone? Is Tim Walz not working with the federal government? Is that helping anyone in Minnesota? Is it helping the people of Minneapolis? I mean, it's getting a lot of money for the Democrats. Absolutely. But it's not helping anyone. Not long term. Yeah. Yep. Let's see here. All right. By the way, if you disagree with me, I'm willing to hear your voice. I'm willing to hear what you have to say. Absolutely. I want you to tell me when you disagree. I suppose the only thing that's left is Don Lemon. I strongly and absolutely believe that Don Lemon needs to go to jail. Now, Don Lemon, like the activists around him, these are members of BLM, and they don't like white people. Two of them are white, and one of them is white. That's William Kelly. They don't like white people. Okay. That's their issue. They have a right to like or not like whomever they want. What they don't have is a right to go into a church and to intimidate those people. Now, their excuse is, well, we're justified because the pastor, he works with ICE, which may or may not be true. That's not confirmed. But let's assume he is. And is that a crime? Is it a crime to have a job? Is it a crime to be a police officer, a social worker, a teacher? You may not like what teachers teach. You may not like the advice that a social worker may have. You may not like the laws that law enforcement are enforcing. That doesn't make them bad people. That doesn't make what they did a crime. But according to BLM in Minnesota, no, they have to like it. If they don't like it, then that's your problem. They have to like it. Otherwise, it's your problem, and you're the bad guy. And they went into a church. Now imagine if they went into a mosque. I guarantee you if someone went into a mosque doing exactly the same thing that Don Lemon and BLM did, then you would have seen an outrage across this country. All of the same leftists, the same radicals would have been going, those are Muslims. You can't do that to Muslims. It's a place of worship. The First Amendment. You have no right to do that. But it wasn't a mosque. It wasn't happening against Muslims. It wasn't against Jews in the synagogue. It was against Christians. So it's okay. It was against mostly white people. So it was okay. That's racist. As well as being against the religious freedoms this country is built upon. Now, the part about Don Lemon is a little tricky. Don Lemon, who is a race-baiting, race card hustler, in the same way that Malcolm X once warned the black people of America and said, you have to watch out for those race hustlers because they're only in it for themselves and they will hurt you. That's Don Lemon. That's Joy Reid. Don Lemon lost his job for the same reason that Joy Reid lost her job. The country voted for Donald Trump. The country voted for law and order, not feelings. And Don Lemon lost his job because no one was watching him talk about his feelings as he told half of America, you're a racist because you don't have the same feeling that he does. And so same thing happened to Joy Reid. You don't have the same feelings that she does, so she wanted you to lose your family. Remember when Joy Reid said, if they don't have the same politics as you, you can't have Thanksgiving or Christmas with your family members, that you had to abandon your family members. Now, this isn't new because these are the same people that under the pandemic told you that your family, sorry, looking for my dog, your family could die. Looking for my dog. They were happy with your family dying. They told you can't see your family. They don't care. They do not care about you. They will let you. I got family yelling at me at the moment. So I get this. Don Lemon is wrong. Hang on a second, folks. All right. I got a family issue. I got to be right back. It may take a moment. I will be back.
Good changes for New York. And I'm not just saying that because we're libertarians. I'm saying that because he actually has real solutions. It's not like, okay, we just need to throw more money at it, and it's probably not going to work. So the solution is throw more money at it. Doesn't work. What's the solution? Throw more money at it. He actually wants to fix the thing. So he's got solutions. Right. If you go to LarrySharpe.com, you'll see actual solutions to things. You might not agree with it. I don't agree with all of his, but they are actual solutions. And I think give it a shot. Like give him 4 or 8 years. If it doesn't work, never vote Libertarian again. Just keep voting Democrat or Republican or whatever. Just give a Libertarian 8 years. I wish he would have been elected in 2018. Had New York voters just vote, I know you guys probably voted for him in 2018, but if they would have just voted for Larry Sharpe in 2018, he'd be almost out now. He'd be leaving after this year. And who knows how New York would look right now. Right. So I don't know. I hope he not only gets on the ballot, I hope he wins. It may not be hugely realistic, but we got to give libertarians a chance to govern and see how they do. And I think people will like it.
I'm going to piggyback on what you said as far as when he does the full Sharpe and he goes to all 62 counties in New York. Mm-hmm. And he'll go to, you said local places, he'll go to like taverns and diners. He encourages people who are going to be there, buy whatever you can afford. He'll say, if all you can afford is a cup of coffee, do that. If you can afford a meal, get a meal. So that's a great way to campaign. It's really retail politics. It's boots on the ground, retail politics. And I would love to see him on the debate stage because he's a dynamic speaker. I'm going to plug his show. He's on, if you go to YouTube, it's the Sharp Way, and he also has the Larry Sharp for his governor stuff, and then the Sharp Way for when he's just opining on politics. And I would love to see him on. I don't know if Bruce is a good speaker or not. Mike, I have a feeling you will know that. You can piggyback off of my question there of whether or not Bruce Blakeman can even handle himself on the debate stage. Larry Sharp can handle himself talking wise, dynamic speaker, fine on the debate stage. I think if it was just him and Kathy Hochul, he'd eat her lunch. There would be no question about it. But Mike, so let's start right there. Is Blakeman a good speaker? Would he be a dynamic person on the debate stage?
Blakeman's already lost the race. He's unimportant. He's not.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that? Because he's got 34%. So why do you say that?
That's not exactly correct. Let me be fair.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is a Zogby poll, so it is a legitimate poll. It's one of the three big polling companies, and so it's a very respected poll. And Blakeman, when you're asking, and I've seen a trend in the polls. I never look at any one poll. I look at the trend of all polls. It tells you more about the truth of who's winning, losing, and by how much. Blakeman is a very big fish in Long Island. He is virtually unknown in upstate New York. No one knows him. No one cares about him. No one cares that he's a big fish in Long Island because that's not important to anyone. Blakeman has no plan. He has no solutions. And I'm a Republican, by the way. I've been a committee man in New York State for about 20 years. So I understand. A lot of people go down the straight line, down party politics, but you should, because Blakeman isn't a good choice. Neither was Elise Stefanik. And I know I've met Elise several times. I've talked to her personally. Neither of them were good candidates. And I say that as a Republican. And we know Hochul is absolutely horrific. She's been destroying the state. We've been losing $20 billion a year. We've been losing somewhere around 250,000 people every single year that Hochul's been around. And that's on top of the number of people we lost under the now disgraced former governor, Andrew Cuomo. Democrats have been destroying the state. Look at every problem in New York State for the last 30 years. That's all Democrats because they've had single party rule over the entire state. So every bad law, every increase in taxes, every extra fee you have to pay. All right. Sorry about that, folks. So we're talking about Don Lemon. And in talking about Don Lemon, so I explained why what was done in the church was a bad thing. It's criminal. And again, throughout this entire discussion about Don Lemon and this church and BLM, I want you to think, instead of a church, think of it as a mosque. Okay? Let's talk about it as if it were a mosque. And I want you to tell me, is Don Lemon innocent? Now, if a bunch of people walked into a mosque, better yet, let's remember this in the order that it happened. Okay. And I believe, is it here? Hang on. I want to make sure. So here we are. All right. So Don Lemon, as he has admitted, Don Lemon has admitted, he had the leader of this group, a Nakima Armstrong. Nakima was on the show about a week ago. He was on with Don Lemon. No one cared. No one saw the episode because no one cares what Don Lemon thinks. He's not with CNN. He's not important. Okay. But she was on as a member of BLM, an activist, saying that she doesn't like Trump. She doesn't like ICE. She wants to break the law. She supports illegal aliens living off of American citizens. Whether you agree with that or not is immaterial. So he has a pre-existing relationship with this woman. Okay. He flies last week, he flew from his home to travel to Minnesota because this woman was going to be having what they called a protest. They were going to react to what happened. They didn't like ICE. So they were going to protest ICE. That's what this is the best case scenario. So Don Lemon flies across the country because someone said, come join my protest. I think not. There's a reason why Don Lemon went there. He had to have more than come join my protest. Don Lemon doesn't travel around the country to just watch a random and to live stream a random protest. He doesn't do that. That's not, you look at his channel, he doesn't randomly just show up in a city because someone's having a protest. He goes where he thinks he's going to get the most views. So he had to know more than I'm going to have a protest show up. That's absolutely logical. It makes perfect sense. And it's consistent to what he does. He doesn't just show up because someone said, go there. He's too big. He makes too much money. He has too big an ego. So Don Lemon, I believe, knows about this event. He knows they're going to protest, and they're going to protest at a church. And he knows, perhaps he knows which person they're targeting in this protest. And he goes and he says, you know what? That's going to get views. That's controversial. You're going to a church, and I'm going to give them the benefit of doubt. They said, we're going to the church, and they're going to protest. And that's controversial to be outside of and again, let's think of it as a mosque. There are going to be people protesting right outside of a mosque while people are inside the mosque and they're having religious services. They're praying to God. Don Lemon's like, this is going to get me thousands of views. Not hundreds of thousands, but thousands of views, and no one really cares about him. So maybe that will get him some national attention again because he has a big ego and he thinks he deserves that. But Don Lemon knows about a crime. He knows that it is a crime to go in front of a place of worship and to protest, especially when people are in that place of worship praying to their God. That is a crime. It's a violation of the First Amendment. It's the violation of the FACE Act. It is a hate crime. It is a violation of a dozen different crimes. And Don Lemon knows this. Don Lemon's team knows this. They know this is criminal. And so they go anyway. And they tell us on the live stream, he knows exactly who's in the group. He knows the purpose of the group. He knows what the purpose of the event is. He says he knows all this, but he can't tell you in the live stream because it must be a surprise. They don't want people at this place of worship to be prepared. They don't want them to call the police and say, protect us because this is a religious attack. This is a hate crime. So to maintain the surprise and to maintain the ability to have a hate crime happen, Don Lemon on his live stream says, I can't tell you. Don Lemon turns off his camera during the live stream because the group are speaking directly about what they're going to do, where they are going, what they're going to do once they get there. And Don Lemon says, no, I turned the camera away and I turned it off and I'm hiding from the public the crime that is going to happen that he knows about. He can't say he doesn't know. So now he is an accessory after the fact. He knows that they are planning a crime. He knows the nature of the crime. He knows the location of the crime. And he is hiding that fact from the public and, of course, law enforcement. Now, you can always say, no one is required to inform about a crime. If you know of a crime, you aren't required by law to tell someone. But you can be complicit in that crime because you didn't warn anyone. You can be guilty of being an accessory to that crime, aiding and abetting that criminal action because you knew all about it and you participated. And this is the thing, Don Lemon participated. He was part of this criminal action to attack a religious location with worshipers actively praying to their God. Don Lemon goes with them, says, I can't come out. I can't get out the car because if they see me, a black man, a gay black man, you may not even know that he's gay, but if a bunch of people in Minnesota see a black man standing with a camera pointing at them, well, they may get a feeling like something's up. Why is a black man walking into a church with a camera crew? More so because it's a guy with a camera crew. Why is a guy with a camera crew walking into a church live streaming? What's that about? It's not because it's Don Lemon. No one cares. No one knows Don Lemon by sight. No one cares. They do not. It's that he's got a camera crew with him and he is live streaming. That's what catches everyone's attention. So he's like, well, if I show up, if they see my face, they're going to know something's going on. No, if they see your camera crew, they're going to think something's going on because it is. Now, the other thing that we know is Don Lemon is aware. He's at the location. He knows what they're going to do. He's trying to figure out the best way to make money off of this event because this is about viewership. The more views he gets on the various social media, the more money he gets to put in his pocket. This is about his personal power. This is about his ego, and this is about his wealth. He knows the crime is about to happen, and he's trying to figure out the best way to monetize that crime for himself. He then goes into the event. He walks into a private church, a private religious location for the purpose of making money off of a crime. By the way, you cannot make money off of the crime. It's like some of the serial killers. They write books in prison about the people they murdered. The law says they can't get that money. You cannot profit off of your criminal activity. Don Lemon is trying to profit off of his criminal activity. He knew about the crime. He participated. He went with them. He knew exactly where they were going, what they were doing. He went with them. He went into the church with a nefarious intent to profit off of a crime. Don Lemon should go to jail. Then these supposed protesters, they're hate criminals. They go into the church. They disrupt people's worship because we don't like ICE. That's the whole thing. They have a feeling. And because they have a feeling, then everyone else is an evil, racist demon. And Don Lemon's there just taping the whole thing. Oh, wow, look at this. Who could have known? Isn't this incredible? Look at these activists. That's Don Lemon speaking. These wonderful people trying to force people to share and have the same feeling as the activists while they were supposed to be worshiping God. And Don Lemon's like, but I'm a Christian. Then you should be pissed off. No one should walk into a church and do this, or a mosque, or a synagogue, or a Buddhist temple. In fact, people like Vitali, the what do they call that? It's a certain type of YouTuber, a nuisance YouTuber. Yeah, he went to jail for doing this kind of stupid stuff. So what we're seeing here is that this is a problem. What I've described already is enough for Don Lemon to go to jail. I've heard a lot of arguments saying he shouldn't. I don't believe that at all. Now, his big claim to fame is, but his excuse, I'm a journalist. That's crap. Being a journalist does not absolve you of crime or criminality. It doesn't protect you from conspiracy. It does not. But the legal system, especially in Minnesota, is left-leaning. And Don Lemon is black and he's gay, and therefore it's racist if he's held accountable for what he did. That's DEI. That's critical race theory. Don Lemon can't be held accountable. Why? He's black, he's gay. He's two minority groups. That means he cannot be held accountable for his criminal behavior. And his excuse is, I worked at CNN. So what? That's like when that Judge Dugan, and she said, oh, I'm a judge. I broke the law, but I'm a judge. Yeah, that doesn't make you above the law. The crime still applied. When she violated the law, helping a criminal escape from law enforcement, she broke the law. Now she's no longer a judge and she's going to jail. Don Lemon, at one time being a big corporate news media, does not mean that he is not criminal, nor should he be held accountable. Yes, the son of Sam Law. Thank you, Shelley. I see that. All right. All right. This is what I'm going to do, folks. We've gone 5 hours. There's other stuff I wanted to talk about. I will leave it in the description, some of the additional links talking about the 5-year-old. But lots going on over here. I got to deal with that. So I'm just going to let it go. I'll probably do another video talking about the 5-year-old all of its own. Maybe tomorrow I'll bring that up with the Monday night roundtable. We've talked about a lot of stuff today. Tell me in the comments, what do you think? Like, share, subscribe. Most of all, please subscribe. Come on, get us to 2,000 subscribers. I want to have 5,000 by the end of the year. Let's get to 2,000 subscribers. And tell me what you think. I really want to hear your voices, folks. Am I wrong? Did I get it all wrong? You let me know. All right. Stay warm. Stay safe. It's a lot of snow out there across the country. I'll talk to you all again very soon.